Kai'Sa, Nico, not necessarily going to be something I'm confident taking on the Kalista Renata. JDG, I think, walk away with much stronger lanes. They have a range advantage. NIP are looking to dive. They have a triple melee topside, but that's into Talia, Skarner, Renata, all of which buy so much time for the Jace and the Kalista, and of course the Talia herself, to do a lot of damage. I think JDG walk away with a draft win. Who won the 1v1? It was Ala versus Shanji who won the 1v1 to allow rather. Well, let's hear how the crowd here at Shenzhen feels today. That's a loud crowd. Wow. Whoa. That's insane. Jeez. Crowd is absolutely on fire. The crowd caller for JDG, Munchables, made the joke once that he sounded like an Elden Ring NPC. So he had this whole riff about, "Curse you, Bale." Oh, that was insane. Oh, I love the energy. That's gotten me awake. That has gotten me awake. Ooh, interesting things in the bot lane. Let's point that out. We have Halo Blades. Halo Blades on Kai'Sa. That's kind of important. It's not the... This is not the lethal tempo. Of course, in this kind of matchup, you're going to struggle to use it. Gone for the Halo Blades for the earlier burst instead. That could be very crucial. We'll see how the early lanes work out. You need to be able to play out the early lane well. What happens here? So we saw the level 1 play go in. Scout went down there to make sure a ward was cleared early on, which means that they don't get the bush advantage. Which means that Missing can walk up into this burst. Gets a lot of good auto attacks to level 1 against PP God. Yeah, that's 4 auto attacks level 1 unreturned. The E misses. Auto attacks now getting traded back. Yeah, that's why the Nico is really nasty. Aki clearing through. Oh, hang on. No. He's gone blue buff over to red buff. Doombee's level 2 roaming onto bot side. Really want to crush this down. If they hit the level 2 and they get the level up, this could be huge. Flashes, the heals come through. Flash away from the root, but Doombee might just be able to get something else. No. Ah, that's a swing and a miss from Doombee. Tried to go for that legendary level 2 roam. Signed and certified by Huhi's Aurelian Soul. But there's not just the one person roaming, there's another one. Aki goes into the enemy jungle, steals a buff, and looks for the knockup. Gets the knockup on from his 3-talent strike, and takes down Missing for first blood. NIP's mid lane and then jungle, both gang bot lane a second after each other. Doombee gets back into mid lane, and NIP, on their new stage, their new arena, start things off well. That was so cool. Aki, just watch what he did in terms of jungle pathing, right? I'll draw it on the map, because you'll notice, obviously, this camp here is still alive. Let's draw a look in the minimap. Went from his own blue buff over to red buff, got level 3 from the bot side camps, and then walked in towards bot side for the gank. The thing about Scout starting bot side and going down here and putting down a ward meant that they didn't have full vision across the entire starting line here, and they couldn't get themselves wards to determine where Aki was on the map. This ward, which is just spotted him out there, is very important. Spotting out an early Xin Zhao is so incredibly important. The early game pathing, very, very crucial to what happened in that bot. So we do have a lane swap coming through now, as leaving PP God get themselves that first kill, recall and go towards top side. Aki takes bot scuttle. Is he gonna have his recall stop? No, he's not. Ward cleared on bot side, Missing doing a good job there. While this happened, worth noting, Shun did end up picking up Raptors, but nothing else from Aki's side of the jungle. So he loses camps. Aki ends up recovering some. So JDG, they need to be a little bit careful here. Kalista down in gold. Aki, his red buff runs out. He gets another one immediately. Dude, that's so good for a Xin Zhao. It's so good for him. Slow lands, handshake lands, and PP God doesn't have any summoners. This is Kalista Gaming. And it's just you say, well, it's not looking good for JDG, strategy, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's got a plan until they're punched in the face. Pays and missing, land the skill shots, and this is why it was dangerous to let the Callista go through. Combo on Sturmy. Scout gonna dodge out the winds of war. Callista lanes, man. Callista lanes. That's why it's so powerful. And so high pick ban. Doesn't matter what your support is sometimes. Sometimes they're Callista Renata or Callista Nico or... Doesn't even matter really. Callista plus anything. Force to fight. Kills you early. Shanji. Very far down in the 1v1. This was a worry too, wasn't it? Ala used the Jace in the 1v1 versus Shanji's timing of that. And he won that one out through solo kills. Ala's now 10 CS up. Only 5 minutes into the game. Taking a turret play up there. Took one in the standard lanes too. So took one in top lane, took one in bot lane. So that's 2 plates to his advantage. Scout. Lands the shove. Low mana. Will be recalling. Aki just making sure that there's no Shen flying through, I suppose. Ala getting more grasp procs. Doomby sticking on the map a little longer. Has a level 6 now. Does he have teleport? No, he used that a little earlier. I missed that one. Grub's getting started up, Dragon alive on the other side of the map. Pays and missing, being on the top side of the map, and after that 2v2 kill, have full control over the top side of the map. And Leave and PP God have to leave to go towards the bot side of the map. That wasn't intentional, it's just on my brain saying leave. Make like NIP's bot later and get out of here. See how that was a Back to the Future reference? I'm clever, I am. Grubs go down. Grom taken on the bot side. Aki level 5. Very high XP, worth noting. Much higher XP than Shern Hughes. Aki, good early game from him. Really good early pathing. Doomby's lost some XP, but, you know, he is a Galio. Can get away with that to a certain extent. Doomby go for the Leandry's first, worth noting. He's not going towards... Or Blackfire. He's not going towards full magic resist. Leaving PP God will be able to go down towards bot side. They don't have grubs, though, and JDG do. They get themselves 2 plates up here, and they'll do more damage with that. Ala on top side. No one has teleports here, but they're a little bit afraid of Galio covering them, I think. Covering that side of the map, maybe. So you want to group up and force. Look how much difference it makes having, one, the earlier lane, the plate taken, but then also the grubs on it, too. Almost the whole team of JDG wailing on this top tower, and they will be able to claim this one. However, Leave and PP God getting gold for themselves. They won't be unhappy with that, given how the aim of the game is to survive the early Callista early game. Early Callista early game. Wow. I said early twice, so it's got to be early. Split on the camera as we see that first tower go down in the top side. Towards the ADG, that'll be towards their feats of strength. However, the Callista trading with the Nico and the Kai'Sa, I don't think that's awful for NIP. As long as that gold number doesn't get particularly huge for Pays and missing, NIP probably walk away feeling okay with that. I haven't seen the burn Galio in a while. I used to love full AP Galio. Do you remember that one patch on Season 7 where full AP Galio would have so much maximum HP scaling on his Q that you could one-shot with a full AP build? Because no one expected... Well, Riot didn't expect him to go full AP. They wanted him like a tank. And, yeah, he just gonna one-shot. Hang on a second. That's a top lane roaming towards the mid lane. Ala's pushed out top lane so far. Needs to be careful. Yeah, and Doomby doesn't expect that. Aki's coming to cover, though. Ala acting like a second jungler. Shanji got a good freeze on top side. That could be a bit of an issue. Shanji is no obligation for him to push out that wave right now. I think this is a very good freeze coming out from Shanji. Aki's still got access to his top jungle camp, so it's not like that's going to be a punish. One of the things you can get punished for is losing jungle camps if you start freezing, because you don't want to leave that wave to go help out your jungler. But that's not to be the case here. Aki gets himself the Raptors, leaves that top side of the map, goes down towards bot side. Shanji's cooked right now. In the individual 1v1, yes, however, the freeze does help. He'll push this out now, and we'll see what happens with the Jace there. Yeah, you need to avoid this Jace 1v1, and this is why I didn't love the draft coming through from NIP. Felt like all of their lanes felt a bit dicey. Mid lane notwithstanding, I suppose. Top lane and bot lane felt like you make a mistake and the game falls apart. kind of happened with the 2v2 bot lane. Well, I suppose he was in top lane at that point, wasn't it? Hazen missing now, moving in towards the mid lane. Minute until grubs. Kai'Sa recalling. Hang on a second, what the hell is Leave building? What is Leave? Why does my Kai'Sa have an Umbral Glaive? What? Why does Kai'Sa have this bit? What? Leave is in the kitchen. Aki's in this red buff. 3 members walking towards him. Lethality Kai'Sa. I have not seen that one. Leave. Can walk up Peepagov. I think they thought that was Kai'Sa flying in towards Pays, who jumps away from the player, and now suddenly Peepagov caught, but there we get the Galio ult coming through. Lots of disengage, not an awful lot of actual kills coming through. Missing goes further forwards and has a big old ultimate too. Everyone pulling out all of their abilities, but no one died just yet. Aki wants to change that, but is knocked out of his W by Arla's chase. Leave on the lethality Kai'Sa, starts to pop off though, and the damage rains down 1 for 1. As the Shin Sao goes down, Shun still has HP, as does Scout. I think JDG think they can continue the fight, and Flip Black confirms that to be so. Arla tries to throw in a skill shot, but isn't needed. Scout takes out another kill. Kashanji starts to go into his unstoppable onslaught and goes down all the same. Double kill to Scout, who continues the play, and JDG come away of this early game 4-2 and will claim the grubs. Who cares about lethality Kai'Sa? What the hell is this Kai'Sa build? Lever's doing some weird stuff on this. It got reduced to 2,500 gold as an item. Well, that makes some sense, doesn't it? He'll get to... he has his Q upgrade already. That's what he's got. With the Umbral Glaive and the pickaxe, he gets a very, very cheap Q upgrade, also having lethality. That'll be why he goes for it. The initial damage coming through is kind of huge. You see the hostile takeover. Gets a lot of work done. Feels like a lot of abilities are thrown to not much of it. I missed a huge impale during that play too, because I thought that Leaf would do a bit more than that. A lot of skills used, and it's early in the morning. My brain was not completely switched on. Scout, great play from him. Great play from him. Dermby, you should have just flashed out of that. Oh, Dermby ends up baiting in his team to die there a little bit. So ends up being, what, 3 for 1 overall? 3 for 1. Well, that's a bit of a taste of how the team fights can go. If you fight in a single direction versus Renata and Talia, you're going to lose. If you're going to choke points, you have to play against Hostile Takeover, the Unraveled Earth. Yeah, you're going to lose that, folks. Dragon is up. 1 dragon to NIP already. 5 to 1 in the grub score. Leaf has his ultimate again. Peepagod going very far forward. Missing does have flash, and Scout has it too. He flashes out of the Nico ultimate, and we get another big play. I mean, Derby's flashing forward, gets a 4-man top, but where is the damage? Scout is down, that definitely helps that the Callista is alive and starts the Ren set. That's a massive hostile takeover, as you've just fought into the perfect Callista team fight. Triple kill already, can he get more? He can get himself maybe one more as the bailout comes through. It's not his, but it'll be for his team, and he gets himself the reset. Shanji tries to get a last kill, quadra kill for Pays. There's JDG run rampant in the early game. JDG pick up the pieces as once again an ill-chosen team fight from NIP. This Callista is now utterly disgusting. Utterly, utterly disgusting. So, what happens first is Peepagod spots out missing and says, okay, well, they don't have cholesterol. Doesn't have flash on the... well, he does have the flash on the Renata, but maybe we can find a good play. But then they go into the same choke point again. Yeah, it's a 4-man taunt, but where's your damage? Leaf doesn't have good DPS. It's a lethality Halo Blades Kai'Sa. This isn't DPS Kai'Sa. Gets pinged back into the play by... I guess that was a handshake. Arla comes in to clean things up too. But why? Why are NIP fighting into the choke point time after time? Quadra kill for the Callista makes this so hard to play out now. I don't think you can close down the Callista. You have 3 melee champions and a diving bot lane as well of the Nico and the Callista and the Kai'Sa. Shanji's caught out on the side lane. No flash here. He'll go down. Easy kill. As JDG starts to open up the map, Arla snacks that with a shock blast. Yeah, he did all the hard work. You take that kill. Galio pushing alone in topside. Arla stole the pen set. Pays will feel hard done by with that one. Dermby trying to get something open up on the map. Oh, NIP. They've had a dynamic game. They've thought about where to attack the map. Ganking bot lane early, try to shut down the Kalista, moving around the map. Aki having a good set of early pathings, but NIP, they've chosen poor fights now. They have chosen poor fights. You cannot fight into choke points versus Renata. That is how you lose League of Legends, folks. Turns out well, it turns out there are just as many ways to lose League of Legends as there are to win League of Legends, because, you know, one team loses and one team wins. Nymaera going for an interesting build, by the way. I'll highlight this. It hasn't gone for the Rod of Ages, but if you look at the Galio build, it's a bit higher damage. It's not towards the Unending Despair or Hollow Radiance. That's the one. Or the Sunfire, I suppose. Instead of going towards the mask stacking, potentially, of Leandries into Riftmaker. NIP as a team really cooking, looking for the instant burst. I think what the plan is, if Galio's higher damage than he normally is, and you have the Kai'Sa, which is higher damage early game than they normally are, because of the early Cure upgrade, has the Essence Reaver now, has some crit, might be going in towards the Shadow Flame 3rd to get the W upgrade. This should be an absolutely insane shotgun from the Kai'Sa, with the Galio also providing more damage than they typically should do. PP God has the Hex Tech Triangle. Big item spike for Nico. Can you tell I'm being sarcastic? I mean, it is pretty good. But, you know, I'm being slightly facetious. Nymaera, he's caught out a little bit here. Has no flash, has an ultimate, can use either to get out. Might be able to do something aggressive instead. Remember, he has a bit more damage than a regular Galio. Manages to hit his W and his Q. But there's a lot of people on top side, and you have to stop the Kalista. Here comes the Shinzo, but that's not a dead Kalista. That's just a half-health Kalista. The flash forward from the Nico might change that, though. Damage coming through, but Peas is still alive. He has a bailout on him, and he might need to use it. It comes through, but you need to get him down twice. You got a double tap, and they can't manage that. It's currently a 2 for none, and JDG clean up 1, yes. Skarner goes down, but it's a triple kill for Scout this time, who gets involved with the kills mightily. NIP once again cannot close down the Kalista in good time, and they fall by the spears. As javelins getting pulled out by the Rens. By the way, they are javelins if you throw them. Just technically it's a throwing spear as a javelin. But whatever. JDG will take themselves a tower in the mid lane. NIP. Credit for them to trying something different. Has not worked though. JDG have been much better at playing through these early skirmishes and rallying around their carries. Nymaera caught out. Reinforcements are called for. Aki spots out the bot lane heading up. You have to kill this Kalista. Gets himself the 3 talent strike knockup. But where's the follow-up? And once again, you're fighting from a single direction. You're fighting from a single direction. They get onto him, but you need to be fighting from multiple sides. You can't just be playing down the throat of a Renata ult flying across your team, of an Unraveled Earth flying down the middle of a team fight. It is so hard to play single directional team fights versus this JDG composition, and it feels like every team that we've seen. Oh, that's a very stoic member of the crowd, their arms crossed. I wonder if they're an NIP fan. JDG have a lot of fans too, though, of course, because Scout's on the roster. Scout, a very popular player here within the LPL, being both a Worlds winner and a multiple LPL time champion. What happened in draft that they ended up with a full dive comp versus the best anti-dive comp you've seen? Well, they gave over the Skarner first pick, and they picked over Shinzo Galio very early on. And then after that, it felt like they didn't respond very well to the picks. Aki barely missing out on that. Barely dodging out on that skill shot, the handshake. Shanji on topside might get slammed into a wall. Has a W. Is that going to be enough? I don't think so. Ult's over. Goes all out. Gets him to safety, but flash and ult down. Shanji, the Kashanji has not really been a classic one. PP God, well, congrats for him for cosplaying as what he actually is this game. The caster minion. I say that's a bit harsh. He's actually done alright in terms of his big engages. Has the cooldown boots for more flashes too, which is very crucial in this game. Those cooldown boots are very important for those flashes. A flash Nico ult maybe turned things in a better game. I don't think it does now. You're 7k behind. If you get the Kalista down into the bailout the first time, you have to kill them again. Very, very hard. You know, one of the bonuses of playing Kalista with Renata is that if you have a really high damaging skill which hits the Kalista and brings them to 0 HP, the overflow damage doesn't go into the bailout. So if I hit them with a Karthus ult and they're on like 2 HP, they go down to 0. It doesn't take damage off of the bailout. So you still get the full duration of the bailout to work with. Cloud Dragon's going to get started up. I don't think JDG really need a soul to win this game. They'll just take it anyway because it's on the map and there's nothing better to do. How did JDG get Callista? I missed the second phase bans. Well, NIP were worried about lane dominance, and I think they thought they could shut down a Callista, because you can sometimes 3v2 them and shut them down. And they tried that. They did get the early kill onto Missing, but they banned away Misfortune, which would have been very bad for their team. And they also banned away... What else did they ban away? Another lane dominant champion. I can't... Varus, was it? Was it Varus? I think it was Varus Misfortune second round bans. So they had to let through one of Varus Misfortune and Callista, all of which would have been pretty bad, folks. Obviously, the Callista got a quadra kill as 605 and 2k up individually. It's not a good look. PP God very narrowly escaping that play. Scout would have liked to get the Nico flash away from PP God. We are getting the Shadow Flame build coming through from Leave. So this is not the... It's quite similar to the build that we saw before, where we saw... I think it was... Was it Shiv Essence Reaver? No, it wasn't Shiv. Anyway, we saw like a higher AD item first, going towards 3M Spike. I mean, Callista could be... Hang on a second, that's teleporting. Can Ali get some good damage down there? No, he can't. Maybe he turns around for a Shock Blast. Atacon started up, and they have the Rend. Now, this is where the game could go wrong, if anywhere. NIP need to choose a second angle for the team fight. You can't take this down the front and center. I think this is so dangerous going into the Renata like this. JDG pull back a little bit. A lot of Rend stacks. They want to just make sure they stick up. Keep those Rens on target. It's going to reset, but they want to keep that pin cushion stacked up if they can. Get a Q on target. That keeps the Ren stacks available. How many stacks is on this damn thing? So many stacks. NIP. Watch the stacks fall off now. Scout is pushing mid lane. That's why they don't care about this. They have the 5 grubs. They can go towards this NIP. They see this being leashed. It would be the GA. The tower goes down. Does Scout want to teleport into the play? I wonder if JDG are cooking a little bit too hard. Shanji goes in. Does he have the all out? He might need to use it at some point. Goes in. He goes down, though, before the GA comes through. It will be GA claimed by NIP. Do they find themselves a better fight? Scout is here. Doesn't land the combo, and they get the play on to Pays. The shotgun doesn't land. It's not the best Renata ult ever. They do get the Callista down. Remember, they have the GAs. This is a better fight for them, but Scout is still alive and doing damage. Can they win the fight with the Callista down? I'm not actually sure. I think the Callista being down is a big difference, but the Talia is still looking good. They do get 2 more kills, though, and maybe that's the difference. Scout alive. He can try and do all the killing tower himself. Scout has the flash. Will look to try and claim the rest of those withdrawals, and he will do. Scout doesn't need an AD carry for this one. NIP blow all of their cooldowns onto Pays, but can't finish off Scout. That hard-earned Atacon really doesn't amount to all that they wanted. Get 3 kills back. That's something. They get some shutdowns. But NIP don't get the knockout blow they would have liked. It's much better than it could have been. Much better than it could have been. I thought partway through that fight, NIP could have pulled away from it. Shanji goes in very, very deep, trying to stop Shun from getting into smite range. Gives his life to stop the smite. Maybe goes a little too early. No follow-up. When Scout shows on this side, they realize they can split the fight. Now, Talia won't be here for the first part of this. Really good kill combo onto the Callista, who I guess for somehow doesn't get the bailout, because the Renata is also kept into the CC combo. This is where it's too far, I think. Look, I think you can give up one other person here. I think Leave needs to... Leave shouldn't have walked up there. I think if Leave doesn't walk up, they walk away with a much better fight. That's a mistake, walking up that far. Leave blows the barrier too. That was... Well, I guess if he gets an auto in a single target Q, probably kills Shun there, because he has the Shadow Flame after this fight. This actually... 5k advantage. You know what, folks? With the gold which Leave earned from that fight, getting to 3 items, I actually think Kai'Sa can... I think Kai'Sa can carry a game like this now. If NIP choose a better multi-directional fight again, split the Callista Renata from the rest of the team, or the Renata from the rest of the team, I wonder whether Leave can one-shot. Shadow Flame is a hell of a drug, folks. Bailout wouldn't work anyway, because Atacon doesn't count as a takedown, does it? No, Solar Puppy. No, it doesn't. You do need to actually get proper kills. That is completely worth mentioning, and I've forgotten about that. Much like how Viego can't get resets on Atacon targets. Stuff like Triumph also not effective on stuff like that. Oh, Doomby's going for the mask stacking build, by the way, because you hadn't realized. Has himself the triple Haunting Guys combo. Riftmaker, Leandries, and the Bloodletter's Curse. So Doomby does a lot more damage than you expect. Less tanky, more damage. Doesn't have the Rod of Ages, but this is the same build without it. Didn't want the slower stacking item of the Roa. Dragon's gonna get taken. JDG only gonna be on 3 dragons though. Soul Point, yes, valuable, but not the end of the game. Baron spawned. Feels a lot later than Baron spawn. Remember, folks, the NIP. First game and then U Arena in Shenzhen. They revamped it, and they've gone back home. JDG, of course, have their own arena in Beijing. They're playing away from their home crowd this time. They brought the crowd with them, though. God damn, the crowd's so loud for our Gyos. 3 items to Callista. That Terminus gives you a lot of tankiness. That's going to be a problem for NIP, because that Jack show likely comes in afterwards, or maybe even a Wit's End. We'll see how he's feeling. Kai'Sa with no E-Evolve feels weird. Well, it's the least important of your big ones. Leave. Good W accuracy. Look how much damage that W is doing. Less cooldown than potentially you can have sometimes. Because you don't get that Gnash's Tooth CDR. Of course, it doesn't have the magic damage ratio on hit from that. It does have it from his passive. Arla and Leave both trading off their poke now. Shun around the flank. Leave trying to get some poke down. Good damage onto missing from Doomby. Remember, Doomby is actually a damage threat now. Shanji wants to dash out of that, and he does so. Every time Leave hits that skill, remember, it goes on half cooldown. Ah, Doomby, that's quite far there, friend. I think that could have been a little dangerous. Fighting over mid lane push because there is a Baron available. It is really a battle of poke. I feel like JDG working out pretty well with that, but I mean, can't deny the impact which Leave is having. If you hit that second Q, W rather, onto missing. I do play Kai'Sa. I know it's the W. I know it's the W. There. Would have proc the passive. Another one there. Leave good skill shot accuracy. However, even the Callista Q getting good value out of it's the poke battle now. We have ourselves our NIP ram, I suppose. Baron started up. Doomby pushing towards bot side, gets that objective bounty, and teleports immediately into the play, choosing not to go back to base as an early Shinzo ult pulled through. That'll help with the tank, but that's an important tool down. Down has to flash out of the Impale, and pays. Ah, now that's a problem. Under half HP. Did we got the shotgun? That W could have killed. Oh, Leave could have killed Pays just there. That skill shot looks so innocent, but that could have killed Pays. Leave in a point now where you can just jump onto Pays and go absolutely wild. Each of these W's flying towards Pays could be the start of something absolutely huge. We know that Leave can do a lot of legwork for this team. He has been a heavy lifter. Goes for the Void Staff as well. I think that makes perfect sense. It works so well with your passive. I think Void Staff is better for your damage than Death Cap a lot of the time. 40% shred, so important towards Kai'Sa's kit. Doomby going towards Zhonya's next. Of course, the objective bounty is helping out the entire team. We're into a good game state now, folks. From what seemed like a surefire JDG win, that Atakan play from NIP, which netted them some gold, got them through to the 3-item Kai'Sa, and got them towards Kai'Sa late game, changes a lot. Now, Pays is going towards a Wit's End. We'll have a lot more magic resist on the table. Void Staff's already there to help claim some shred already, though. PP God on the Nico can't overstate his value in teamfights too. A flash, Protobelt, Nico ult could change so much. Ward spotted out, will be swept away there. Doomby, not that tanky worth noting. So many goddamn pings on the map as Scout splits the team, and that is a caught Shin's out. That's important. The poke hasn't come through, and the jungler is dead, but Doomby's blown in anyway. Yes, it's a good taunt, but how much does it matter? 5-man Pop Blossom maybe makes the difference, but where's the DPS? Where's the damage coming through from him? I come from Leave, flies into the back line and takes down Scout, but he's the only member alive left in the fight now as Doomby has had to leave stage right, and the Kai'Sa can't get it done. Yes, it's a good Galio ult. Yes, it's good Nico ult, but they don't have the staying power. JDG pick off the jungler, pick the team fight, and will win themselves the Barrett off of this too. NIP needed more poke. They needed more time. JDG didn't give it to them. Derby over the wall. Hang on a second. That's a lot of damage to Bloodletters. Goes, hang on a second. The Baron's doing a lot of work there. Needs to be careful. There is a bailout. And suddenly Derby over the wall. But the 3-man wins a war with the higher damage build. Stops the Baron being taken. And suddenly now, JDG out of position for the Dragon. They have 20 seconds to get towards the backside of the map. Folks, we are in for a dramatic late game, dare I say it. Starts off with a great wall from Scout. Scout splits the team. Picks off Aki. Really well played. No way out of that. Derby has to buy into the fight. It is a great Pot Blossom. It's a great Pot Blossom, but realistically, your damage starts to get kind of messy after this point. Derby gets a good Q over the team. Yes, it starts to stack Magic Resist Shred, which is only onto the first target, though, not onto everyone. Wow, what happens here? Ah, does he kill out Pays? Oh, I missed that on the other side of the fight. But as we come back to live, Shanji. Oh, he's had a difficult game, hasn't he? 0-5 on the Cassante, which he's made his name on so many times. The Impale misses. Scout goes forwards, and PP God tries to get the Pot Blossom back. Doesn't catch Pays, but he catches 2 others. Scout has the bailout onto him, and there'll be a flash forwards, but the Callista keeps hitting. The Callista continues to hit. 2 kills from now, keeps rushing forwards into the play. I think NIP might have made a mistake leaving this AD carry to free fire, and indeed they have. They kill off one of the carries, but they can't get both of them. I say that Pays does go down eventually. NIP have 2 alive. It ends up being a 3 for 3, all things said and done. Thought Pays would get out more cleanly. Drama still yet to be had in this game as the Dragon is still alive after everything is said and done. Pays just gets absolutely splattered by a Kaiser W, I suppose. Finding it hard to keep track of everything. So messy fights. The Impale not getting value onto Aki. Scout with not the best play either. PP got a great return ultimate. What the hell happens here then? Well, Leaf goes in for a massive shotgun burst. Of course, Shadowflame crits with his passive on low HP. I thought, hey, well, Pays is going to run over this fight. Surely that'll be the end of things. And then something like this happens. Gets knocked back. Goes into half HP. Look at this W. Shadowflame crit. That's insane. I can completely... Whoa. That is insane. Leave is something else, man. Leave is something else. What an AD carry. Ahead in gold now against his opposing number for the first time in this game. What does he go towards next? Do you go towards a Zhonya's, or does he go towards a Death Cap for ultimate burst? What's the plan there? I mean, Leave. Credit to him. Good smells coming out of the kitchen. He's cooked up something good, he has. Yeah, you better accept that W. Baron's still available. Dragon was taken for the JDG, so they do have the Cloud Soul. Derby needs to be a little bit careful here. Alright, Leave. Let's see how much poke you can get done. Is a fight going to happen before the poke comes through? Don't spot the Baron being started there, because it's not. Shown on the side. He didn't get his full item, I don't think. I didn't spot that one. Hard to keep track of everything. W lands onto Missing, goes through the shield. Ah, that's a lot of damage there. Missing. Actually in a bit of trouble. Shun tanks up that. Now he's tankier. He can tank up some of that poke. The big thing is if you can get 2 Ws on the same target from that Kaiser. Scout once again on the flank, trying to split up the front line of the back line with a good lateral wall. Does need to be careful here. Scout around the flank, and that's an Impale. Who does that get? It gets Durnby. He does have the stasis. Is that going to be enough? Good damage coming through. Leaf takes a little bit there too, but Scout is splitting the team. Great play with that Unraveled Earth to make sure NIP can't safely walk up to the back line and support their front line. Scout really splitting apart NIP well. And I think with the damage and the flashes down, we'll be able to go up towards the Baron for free. Leave is going to come over. Doesn't have an ultimate. Does have really big damage, though. And that can be more than enough. The Umbral Dave helping clear through those wards. Baron getting started. Where does the W come through? Ala spots out. The wall come through to split the team. No way across it. Baron cleanly taken. NIP, do they look for anything more? They have the Galio ult, but they don't have Kaiser. With her ultimate, anyway. You can't proc passive off 2W anymore. Stacks last 4 seconds. There's 4.5 enhanced CD on W. Oh, I didn't realize that blade. Worth noting. Didn't know if there was extra cooldown reduction builds coming through. Damn, didn't even realize that. Death cap in for Leave. Oh, that is a powerful Kaiser, isn't it? That W poke. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Nasty, nasty stuff. Close, close, close. Close, close, close. Leave. Very close to getting that. The scary thing for JDG is, if you are caught out with a Kaiser W, the marks can land, and Leave can fly in for a second W to, potentially just one-shot you when you get below a half HP. That Shadow Flame giving you that insta-crit of your passive is very, very nasty. And of course the W if you're below that HP as well. Gives you an extra 20% damage for your DOT also if you have any. Also increase more if you don't have it on this build, of course. 2.5 minutes until the Elder. We are going quite late in our first game today, folks. Cannons continually firing. Scout walking up. Scout's had a great game. Scout's been fantastic here. He's been a good secondary carry, alongside Pays, of course. Well, he's been a primary carry. You can focus one of them. Can you get both? Arla not necessarily been able to be a DPS carry in the same way. Hard for him to jump into melee range. W lands onto Scout. That's important. That's a great impale, but it's traded for the Shinzo ultimate. PP God has an ultimate. Is that going to be able to be used? Flashes forward, but will he die? No, he won't. Yes, he does, and he doesn't get the carries he needs to, and the fight becomes a fracas. Leaf has his ultimate. When is that going to be used? Good damage coming through. Can Leaf carry the fight? Pays, goes in and takes down his opposing number, gets himself so much damage, and another quadra kill will be claimed for the AD carry of JDG. NIP brought it out to the late game, but couldn't dance with the Callista. Inhibitor down, Nexus down, JDG started well, had a fumble in the mid game or two, but will claim the first Nexus in NIP's home ground of Shenzhen. Andra locked in for Dernby, the first one of the year and the first one I can think of anywhere for a long time, especially in Tier 1. This is a very different draft for NIP. Great tools against the dash and engage of JDG. You throw the Nautilus ult, you throw the Vial onto Lissandra, she presses a roll or gets a Zhonya's later into the game. Alistar can press ult, Neferi can press W, Poppy can use W to stop the dashes of 4 out of those champions. Technically the Nautilus hook counts. I think NIP have been really deep within their culinary arts preparing for this series. Their first series on stage for their new arena in Shenzhen. I think NIP have got a very cool draft, and this one I can see winning. Now the problem is, well, that'll just have to do. I've done that thing where I've spilled coffee all over my desk, which is really not great. Oops, I hope my mouse survives that, amongst other things. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I guess I'll have to focus on the game and figure out whether my mouse has survived a little bit later. Sound delayed? It is delayed a little bit. We can't fix that completely. Well, luckily nothing's huge happened. We'll have to clean up my goddamn desk. I think my mouse wheel is now broken. That'll be something I have to deal with in the future. Oh, goddammit, Alex. Okay, level 2. It's very threatening here. Hook lands onto Leave. He does have the barrier available. Damage coming through. Uses it to turn a good damage onto Missing. Of course, doesn't have a cleanse to get rid of the Ignite himself. Shanji doing well in the laning phase up here against the Embessa, but it's one of the reasons why you pick this champion into that matchup. Now, of course, Embessa can choose to not dash around. It is worth noting that. Alrighty. Split map. Aki on top side. Shun on bot side. No audio for our top side here. Dive into the bot side and Shun Q flashes his Vi, gets good value there as Alice stays alive in top side. Well, Ala gets away with that one, doesn't he? Much happier on his side of the map than Shanji's on his. I suppose could have been worse. Could have broken my PC. Going to a replay that bot side again. Could have broken my keyboard. True, I do actually have a spare keyboard, though. I don't have a spare mouse. Oh, what am I like? What am I like? Shun walking in towards top side. The Vi being ahead, pretty scary. Dermby gone for the electrocute build on Lissandra. People even talk about Lissandra being okay for a little while. See what happens here. Oh, Charm lands even through the dogs, goes forwards. Electrocute comes through from Scout. Like he has to back off. Fight over our topside river, topside jungle rather. Keeper God goes forwards. Dermby has the level 6. He can flash ult and he chooses to go onto the Vi. Great damage coming through, but will it be enough? Remember, you get the Lissandra passive, and that's exactly what happens. Missing goes down too. Now you have two frozen thralls wandering about the place. Scout's going to get damaged by perhaps the last of them. 2 ult stacks left. Will be able to get out safely. 2 for 2 in the early game, but a 1 fight for NIP off of that Lissandra, really. So we'll get to see this again as, you know, Lissandra, first fights of the game, very, very powerful. One of the reasons you pick it against the Ahri is that you kind of match the power spike at the points in the game. The Alistair being able to CC into the Frozen Thralls, also very important too. The Vi not being able to influence plays too definitely helps. You can't, you know, of course at some points in the game you can kind of ult through the ults because you're unstoppable during your ultimate. Aki in topside jungle, level 6. Should not level 6, importantly. Neferi with early kills. Nasty, nasty champion, of course. That hot dog, yeah. It's a lot of work, doesn't it? Swaps around the map. Shanji spots Shun taking this. Level 6 to level 6. Gets the shield. Good damage early on. Uses the W, but I think in case the only way you get a kill there is if you stop a Vi Q and you manage to pin them into a wall afterwards. You kind of need like a perfect outplay that. And as long as Shun plays it safely, unlikely to happen. Well, you'll be glad to know there's still coffee falling out of my mouse. So, I don't know. I guess I'll just unplug it and see what happens there. Oh, what am I like, man? Spilling a full cup of coffee all over my goddamn desk. Which team has the better late game? I think NIP have the better late game. I think they do. I think it's much easier for Lissandra to pin themselves onto a target and Neferi to jump onto them. Yeah, no, I'm not particularly happy at myself for, you know, throwing liquid all over my expensive PC setup. Well, I didn't hit my actual PC itself, but yeah. Okay, 3 grubs over to NIP, Dragon over to JDG, of course. We had that trade early. Poppy late game is so strong? It is. It is, actually. If you're top lane, it is. If you're top lane, it is. In jungle, less so. But if you're doing well in the individual matchup, Poppy becomes very tanky. I think JDG might have trouble closing down the first target. You know, Neferi has W. Poppy has... Poppy's tanky as hell. Lissandra has ults. Alistar has ult. It's only really Corki that can play around that. There's actually a world in which Corki goes for the Zhonya's as well. There's actually a world in which you can do that. Or at least Seekers. Or GA, one of the 3. Did your mouse tank most of the CC? I didn't think it did. It kind of mainly went over my mouse mat, which is fine. It didn't actually get over much electronics. I just needed to make sure it didn't drip onto anything. But yes, my mouse did tank up a lot of the coffee control, sadly. Rod of Ages for Scout. I wonder if that's a mistake too. I wonder if that's a mistake. I think he needs to be more bursty. I think you've got to try and kill Lissandra before... Well, can you kill Lissandra before the CC comes through? Yes, with the buy, I think you can. You can. Lissandra's also going for the Rod of Ages build, worth noting. Not bursty. Shenji gets the wall stun, gets the double Q. W stops the dash coming through. Ala might need to flash hit. There's a chance that the ult would kill. Flashes away from it. Ala losing the 1v1. However, has bought time for Shun to come down now, and Shun is kind of scary. 5 seconds on the W. Shenji would need to use that. Is there a flash Q available? Yes, there is. Goes in. Locks up for the Ambassador. Does dash out to a minion. The ults had to be forced through, but they will get themselves the 2v1 onto the Poppy. Aki will claim the grubs on the top side. 6 grubs for NIP. A worthy prize for them. Shun will get himself the first item now after getting that kill onto the Poppy. Charm onto the Alistar blind as the brush. Scout Force stacking up that Rod of Ages. Happily will do so. Feels like there's a play coming through. Multiple teleports. Without a disengage now, and everything flashes out. Thinks he knows that the play is starting to dissolve a little bit. Charm under the tower. Remember, this Shanji doesn't have himself an ultimate. It's going to be very powerful, though. You have Alistar to tank the dive, and he's starting to pull it. The ultimate takes aggro. There goes the Lissandra ult. Leferi goes through with the ult reset, and both of them start to pop off. It'll only be the 1 kill likely. Indeed it is. Scout jumps forward. The aggressive combo from NIP getting value there. Let's see how my mouse is doing. Maybe it survived. Not sure it has actually. Sadly, I wonder if my mouse might be a little bit dead. That could be a bit of an issue. Ugh. What am I like? What am I like? Well, goodbye, fellow warrior. You've served me well. But in a rise, it won't work at that point. It doesn't clean out stuff from the internals of it. Rice soaks up moisture, but not from actual inside. Things missing. Goes forward to the Hex Flash. Doesn't land the hook. And Poppy ult misses too. That means it will come down to a smite fight, and it's won by Shun. Arla's not into the fight yet, but can go in with the public execution. A bullet time gets a lot of damage down. First kill of the fight goes to NIP, though. And Better ult misses. Arla not able to get into the play in the way he wants to. Donby ults defensively, but Shun is still alive. There's no Lysandra ult now, and now the Ahri can start resetting. Instead, it's a 3-for-2 currently as damage starts to come through from Lead, but he can't finish off the fight in the way that he would have liked. Aki, what more mobility he's got? He's got himself a flash. Has to flash away from the scout combo on the other side. Leave going in. Zala tries to kill him back. The Repudiate. Not able to save his life. And it'll end up being, what a 3-for-3 both sides. Dragon goes to JDG. Fight starts with a lot of important skills missing. Arla stops Dernby from getting into the play cleanly. Does flash in for a big old play. Has to ult the Nautilus ult. Does bring the Nautilus ult onto Aki and technically onto Shanji too. Dernby caught out on the flank. Big story of this fight. I'll leave my mouse upside down and hope some of the coffee just dries out of it. Hey, we'll see. We'll see. Neferi 3-0 and 3. Yeah, that's gonna be scary, isn't it? Neferi is going to be a damage carry by themselves. Now, that being said, Shun not doing bad on the Vi either, and Shun's Vi is notorious, very strong. Tussle over the mid lane wave. Arla and Shun taking the bot side turret. Of course, they lost the first tower of the game. So NIP have that feat of strength. This would be feats of strength for NIP if they take the Herald, which it looks like they are going to claim rather easily. There is a delay in the sound. However, I'm now at a point now where I can't actually refresh the stream because my mouse is not working. I'd like to refresh the stream and get that sorted, but I'll have to go get Sam's mouse from the other room. That's what I'll have to do. Rod of Age is almost maxed out for Scout. I actually think Doomby gets away... The thing is, getting a slightly later Rod of Ages can be important. If it gets you from level 15 to 16 instead of level 14 to 15, be a big difference. There is a teleport ward. Here comes Ahri. Aki, how quickly is he going to have to blow his W? Ults and flashes to secure the combo before the Neferi presses W. Insanely well played from Shun. Means that the Neferi counter can't go untargetable. Scouts over the wall and starting to do damage. Misses the Q, but has 2 stacks hit. Does he go forwards again? Has one more charge of that ultimate hook lands. With the tower standing, hard to dive a little bit further. I think Scout maybe could have got more damage down there, but they'll take the 1 for none, which opens up the tower. Great play from Shun to get the kill onto the Neferi. His Vi on point. Shun taking the red buff now. Big shutdown. Very clean. Charm lands onto the Alistair. Takes some damage there. Reminder that, of course, the REQ true damage on the second part of it does get increased by the Haunting Guy's increased damage in combat now as well. It's one of the big changes to true damage in general, is that it does actually get increased by increased damage. Hex Flash over the wall. PP God goes on to Arla. Doesn't have himself ult. Does have a Repudiate. Hook lands onto the Corki, but he stands and fires. Leave's been a hell of a good player for this roster. Leave, good damage onto Aki. What's he gonna do? Doesn't have his ult. Lands himself a hook onto Leave, but he's left himself open to be reset onto by Lissandra. The throws and stalls start coming through. Missing goes down. Not the best game from him. His hooks have been mixed. All ends up doing is really is giving NIP more damage through Lissandra's passive. Dragon up on the table. That's what they were all tussling over. Scout has his ult back up now. Is spotted on vision. NIP used that Lissandra ult in that last play, though. That's important for them. That Lissandra ult being down is a big thing. Doomby going towards a similar build to Scout, who has that max stack on the Rod of Ages. But as we said, if you can go from level 14 to 15 instead of earlier on, it'll be very important. Dragon goes over to JDG in picture-in-picture. Great play from Shin. Great play from Shin. The ult flash, meaning that Neferi can't even press W, goes immediately into CC combo. This Q hit, that Q there, if that hits, I think Scout can play that, you know. Oh, would have kept the damage keep on ticking over. Not to be here though, not to be. Landry's finished for Doomby. Not finished for Scout, but that means he's got boots over Doomby. He spent more gold on the actual items, Doomby on the footwear. Two items for Pays as well. Armor Pen second with the healing debuff as well of the Mortal Reminder. Who's that going to affect? I mean, technically it affects the Sandra ultimate when you go into that, which you do regen some HP from. Wait, is that true? Wait, no, that's not true. I'm thinking of Echo ult. Oh man, I am dumb. Does affect the Alistair healing. And the Fairy Q as well. I don't know if that's the best item ever. I feel like you could go for the Lord Doms over that if you wanted it. And you wanted the Armor Pen versus the Poppy, sure. Atakan up in, well, up now. Ruinous Atakan, of course. By the color of the icon. When's the next big play coming through? We do have all ultimates available. Scout needs to be a little bit careful. Two items for both junglers. Of course, hang on a second. Scout has a decent angle here, so you want to go for it again. Remember, PP God doesn't have his Celestial Opposition now. Doomby hanging around the fringes as well. Flash and ult available. Easy for him to get into the target and punish. Missing, jumped onto you. Bleed starts to affect him. Black Cleaver goes onto him too. We've seen the amount of damage Neferi does with just that double Q. 2 minutes until Dragon. Not really playing around side lanes this game. This series has not been about side lanes realistically. It's about angling around those objectives. Scout level 14 on the bot side of the map. Both mid laners have their Rod of Ages fully stacked. No real gold difference between the two. Of course, feats of strength definitely helping NIP a little bit. Damn, T1 are doing pretty well versus Genji, huh? Ah, fixed an Ahri. Nice. Cool. Dragon in a minute. That's what we've been angling towards. Shanji on a flank. Could flash over the wall. Could also go for, hang on a second, that's going on to FaZe. He has the cleanse, has the flash, and Shanji flashes in, but not before FaZe flashes out. Nymaera goes straight onto the AD carry, and Ala misses his ult. FaZe is punted out, and it means they ends up living. The bleed doesn't kill him. And I wonder if NIP have now missed their opportunity. Scout goes forward, spots out PP God. And NIP just need to retreat. The W has ran out for Poppy. Scout could have flashed forward for a charm. FaZe somehow lives. Somehow lives. The Poppy ultimate does the extra damage, I suppose, but FaZe ends up living. Shanji's ultimate doesn't save his jungler. Arguably saves the AD carry's life. Maybe that one's a bit... I think he would have died. I don't think he would have died anyway. The actual damage on Poppy ult, of course, probably makes up for one last auto from Nymaera. Fighting the enemy's red buff now. Oh, Charm lands onto the Alistar. Does have his ultimate. Is that going to be enough? The Nautilus ult comes through. There is an Ignite from missing, but he chooses not to drop it, interestingly. Would have thought it would have been quite important in play like that. Another Charm lands. Great accuracy from Scout. Shun goes into the Poppy W. That's not what you want to see, but pays is around for the double up. Leave is the best damage on the board, though. Shun doesn't get a Poppy W onto it this time, though, and it's a flash out from Scout instead. Nymaera's back into the play. Is there another Charm? Is there anything left? No, there isn't. Aki has himself a reset, and that could be a problem. Scout has a Charm, though, and the Fury is put down. Scout saves the play for JDG. Scout, incredible plays from him. No smite now. This would be soul for JDG. That's why it's so powerful, and this Charm hits onto Poppy. Derby has ult. He might be able to reset onto Shun, but they have another ult. The passive comes through. The Conqueror comes through. Double kill for Scout, and PP God is just out of damage. Shun outplays, Scout outplays, JDG get themselves the Infernal, and NIP are left broken. That was insane. Insanely well played from Shun and Scout. NIP afraid to give over the Infernal Soul, but oh, this doesn't work out in the way they want it to. FaZe gets jumped onto, forces the cleanse. Shanji can't get himself the wall stun. FaZe gets out for free, basically. Even with Ala's ult missing. Oh, doesn't save it. Look, that ult looks bad. I actually don't think FaZe dies even if that doesn't hit. The extra damage coming through from the Poppy ult would have made the difference. I don't think Nymaera even gets to auto attack. And then this play happens. Missing doesn't choose to use his Ignite. I think that might be a mistake given how important this phase of the game is. Leave gets a lot of damage down. Fighting in the Lissandra passive as well. I thought that would have made the difference, but Shun gets a second Q over the wall. First one was, of course, blocked by the Poppy W. Atakan going down in picture. That should probably be the series now, folks. Charm out of midair. One of the... Oh, no, the Dragon knocks him up as well. The Dragon knocks him up as well. It's both. But while you can block the Nymaera ult like a... you can't block it like a Caitlyn ult anymore. You can, you know, block it with CC. Scout gets a double Q onto Doombi and onto Shanji. Baron's going down now, but JDG have an Infernal Soul buffed up by Ruinous Atakan. PP God goes forwards. Remember that the Infernal Soul gets an extra 25% damage now on top of the actual stats they're already getting, and that means you have a lot of damage. The bullet time is a great example of that. Scout gets to go forwards and starts to reset. NIP, it will not be a Cinderella story for them on their new arena in Shenzhen. They will not be walking away with a victory. They will have been swiftly 2-0'd by JDG. In this second game, Scout will walk forwards. The Baron, which NIP started, will be going towards their opponents instead. Tower taken in the mid lane, Baron taken in the top side of the map. All members going to be wearing the Hand of Baron. 3 items going to be hit probably across the board now after the gold they've just earned from everything across the map. Maybe not 3 items across the board, that's quite optimistic. PP God goes forwards, but yeah, he's just not tanky enough. Pops the ult very late, on like 20% HP, just doesn't work out. And while missing's low HP too, you don't get the resets coming through from Lissandra passive, you don't get to lock someone down for Corki to wail on them. You get the Ahri resetting instead. Medjai's picked up for Scout. A well-read fox is that Ari. Has the double Haunting Guys items of Leandris and Riftmaker. Magi's giving you extra move speed. Helps you stick in the play. Yeah, we like these builds, folks. We like these builds. Now, Scout doesn't have a Zhonya's or a Cleanse. That could have been dangerous there. 2 levels up and doing that. And having the Rod of Ages means that Lysandra can't one-shot you nearly as easily. Scout and Spirit Blossom skin. Leading them to the Afterlight, jolting forwards, and there goes the Vi. There is Lysandra onto the Ari. It just doesn't matter. Punted out of the play, though, that might matter some more. There's a GA onto the Vi and goes in for an extra Q. A great bullet time from Pays allows him to clean up the fight. Scout has himself one last ult charge to get back into the play, courtesy of Poppy Airlines. Inhibitor goes down. Triple kill for Pays to add on to the 2 quadras he had in game 1 as JDG, even though they're not on home turf, making this seem like their own. The Rift is theirs today as they finish off this series 2-0, and we'll wait for our second series of the day.
So, TT, big time team fight. Bullet time with a Rise. Gragas throwing in all the spells they can. You do need that bullet time to be good, though, I think. Quite short range as a composition. Rise not exactly known for his meaningful range. Everyone else melee. Again, Gragas and Rise, some ability to throw some spells out and manage that. But you're then into Jace, the Kai'Sa. You definitely can pick and choose their moments to go on in. Ward already put down at the level 1. What's this up for Jose? Not the cleanest Jaios of all time, that. Alice has a very deep voice. And she gets a nice little chunk there. Is this going to be a bit of a level 1 fight? No, just put the ward down. Try and play this out best they can. Blue buff secured, but it does mean Shadow is a known quantity here. Oh yeah, the Clog Father, Glizzy Neferi. That genuinely terrifying bag of cat skin that is Shaco. Cat gets slowed down by the rune prison, but it's not really a prison at that point. It's just a rune kind of like suggestion. Wave control for the Misfortune and the Nautilus. Charm lands onto setup, and one of the things you can do into things like Rise is if they start phase rushing and you charm them, they just steam at you at max 5. Hang on. Charm auto! Oh my days! They both got the kill. I think Rise just about got it first, but I don't think that matters. Wow. Okay, flash to flash. Both teams can TP back in. That was intense, man. Care doesn't go for Dark Seal, though. Go for the Ruby Crystal. I guess he's going for this Roa build again. Let's have a look. So what happens? Is it Rune Prism for Charm? Gets a W across, gets hit with the Spell Flux, there's the Rune Prison into the Charm, Foxfire comes on through, last auto from both. Hilarious. He's slightly more gold for care, which is hilarious to me. There we go. 300 for 308. A 1-for-1 in pretty dramatic fashion there, that's for sure. Lane swap already from the side of Thunder Talk. There's a wall behind them, so it's kind of all known. And over comes Sheeran Dway. Gonna leave Kai'Sa to lane freely into the Gragas. Excuse me while I yawn slightly. Zerd for flashing forwards, yeah. I see T1 Gen Gs happening at the same time, which looks quite exciting. So forgive me if I occasionally look down at my phone, because I may be keeping an eye on that one a little bit too, because it's quite a cool end of that game. Just popping in for a bit to say hey to chat before work. Of course, Shady, pleasure to see you as always. Hope you're doing well. H1's gonna dive this. Oh, assume. Yeah, you are a dead man. Level 6 for Hoya. Oh, this is just not gonna be playable. There's the barrier early. Tries to buy some time. There's no room to flash. Dies a horrible death. H1 gets out. Nice dive from Thunder Talk Gaming. Room Pleasant slow, but there was no spell flux on him. And thus horrors were wrought, not in the mid lane. No spoilers from LCK, please watch later, spoiler free. That's super fair forfeit. The reason I'm not saying anything. But yeah, if we can, try not to spoil other leagues in here, because obviously other people are making some choices about what games they are watching when, and we don't want to give spoilers over. Grub started up by Bejuan. Don't think there's gonna be any real contest here. Shadow traded over to the dragon, right? So there's that. We're on a good timer as well. If I can do it quite early with Denting Blows and the Relentless Force, gets a fair amount of shred / armor and shields of her own. So able to tank up those solo objectives pretty well. It's actually farming super well as well for Shadow. Of course, there'll be a lot more camps right now to pick up for Bejuan, but price of those early plays is a few camps, being a few camps behind. Alright. 1xn, Feather, shoving up, doing a fair amount of work. Is Rise back since the Roa change? I haven't been paying a lot of attention. We've seen a lot of Rise in the LPL anyway before that. So that hasn't really changed. It'll probably make him stronger than he was. We already saw a fair amount of Rise over here. Doomby, Scout, Xiaohu, all playing it. Setup's having a pretty good game on it so far. And Setup. Now chunking stuff out. Not a huge amount to be seen here right now. And yeah, he's back, says Trinity, which is fair. Just hard, generally enjoyed in the LPL at the minute. He's not like the most picked champion, but there are certain teams where it was like actively banned against them. So Doomby on NIP regularly had it banned against him. So yeah, it definitely feels like a champion where you will have certain drafts cooked for a best of 3 or a best of 5. It's like, right, Rise is getting locked. So this kind of draft, right, was like, okay, cool. Side lane threat, brawling, team fighting. Yeah, okay, Rise angle. We can use the Realm Warp to get people into weird places. Let's go. Which team got first blood? I don't remember, actually. It was really tight because it was a 1-for-1 where both players died at once. So it was, I'm not actually sure. I think possibly Setup, so possibly TT, but literally it happened within a frame of each other. So it was very hard to tell. The game here remains very close. Headbutt under the turret. Feather is okay. Had to flash. How did Dway get there? Did he just walk through the bush? That's left Beidhwan an opportunity to go bot lane though. Sheer could be in danger. Do they want to dive that? They decide against it. Braggers with his very squishy Space Groove skin. So, Setup gets a fair amount of time here on these turrets. Beidhwan's back towards these grubs. Dragon's up, so I'm assuming we'll see Shadow. And we do on the other dragon. Yeah, maybe chill a little, Jeremy. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the work, Trinity. Alright, Setup in danger, gets jumped on. That's going to be a fair amount of damage back. He gets the Space Rush away, but toward end. Beidhwan here, but a little late. The teleport's not going to fly on through. Feather. Lots of plates down. They got 6 grubs now as well, I think. Start claiming a few of these last plates in the last 40 seconds, though. Could be pretty scary. How much damage is Sheer doing on the other side? Flash for the charm. Feather now in danger. Beidhwan jumps on the other side. The bullet time is absolutely mental, but Assume gets the kill regardless. Looking for the Realm Warp angle as Shadow has to back away on the other side. They pick up the Kaiser. Dway now in danger. Also falls. Sheer going to try and race for that turret. Can they get a Wind Becomes Lightning as the might spawn? Buy themselves some time. That's going to leave Shadow out to try a TP out from Care means they're going to try and rush for some mid lane damage, and I think Shid should still get this turret bot side, and they do. That's first turret then for FPX. Damage still onto Shadow, who will surely fall. Gets himself a bit of a blast shield. They're still going to trade out as 1XM picks that kill up. Nicely done for Thunder Talk Gaming, who get the turret as well. Oh, that's the replay. Flash on in, and yep, you killed the Nautilus. But you really can't keep going forwards because there's a massive bullet time through that choke point. Shadow gets out briefly, but there's a Realm Warp coming. Dway's going to get Rune Prison. You go, oh boy. At which point, Baytron's going to basically stand there and spawn some mites, which gives them enough license to get some damage down and stop Shadow. They didn't have CC to prevent the TP out, so Care did at least get that shove mid lane. Oh, baby. TT with a decentish gold lead here. At least Sheer, by getting that first turret, got a lot of plates and stuff, got a lot of value there. That's going to be important on the Jace. The Gragas, though, kind of in an okay position. He's behind a bit, but that's whatever. Care needs to be really careful here. Didn't have to burn the ult, but that could have been very scary. Feather couldn't quite find the angle. Hexgate behind. No, decides against it. Hoya now barrel rolls a barrel into the little choke point. Little dink onto Sheer. Herald being considered. Jway steps on forward, still has the ultimate to work with and pulverizes, but to what end? He's now in danger as the ult's about to time out. Will headbutt Feather away, but I don't think he can get out. Shadow trying to get into the pit to steal it, can't do. Maybe forced to flash on out himself. It's in a 1v1 with Baytron on the other side. The Rune Prison alongside that bullet time did so much work. Shadow caught in the pit, will go down, and Thunder Talk are walking all over FPX. Nice. Six guns versus 2 Drakes, but not many kills. Not yet, exactly. The thing is, FPX have got decent Drake, and it is a Hex Soul, and we've seen in this meta, Drakes tend to trump Grubs. However, TT have used it already well with the Herald. They've already got the turret. They can fight for this dragon in about... Well, they can fight for the dragon and fight... Well, they've already got... Let me try that again. They just got this dragon, so they've stopped the dragon stacking. This has been a really good sequence. Because basically, fights on 2 sides. Setup means Care can't walk on forwards on the Ari. He doesn't win that 1v1 per se. And Dway tries to force his way in for the team. It doesn't work. And Sheer gets horribly chunked out. As 1xN and Setup basically just unleashed full firepower on them. The Rune Prism onto Care means he doesn't get out either. It's basically a full ace with the exception of Assume, who bravely runs away. And now you're 3k ahead on Thunder Talk, and it's all in fantastic places. Your jungler, well, your frontline, ahead. Your Rise, giga ahead. Your Misfortune, giga ahead. The only person behind is the low econ Gragas. This is fine. Care needs to be a bit wary here, actually. He's ulted already. There's part 1. Also part 2. Still has 1 charged up, but that means this turret is falling. There's no way around it with 6 grubs as well. It be done. How far do they want to push this? And do they want to send someone to stop Sheer? Care has no ult. So his actual threat here is relatively limited. And he's gone for the rower build, so his damage at this point, not fantastic. He's at least finished the rower in terms of its stacking. Shadow onto one side, TP in. In they go. Into goes Assume as well. 1xN in danger. Fantastic pulverized. Holy moly, Dway. That was wicked. Setup's going to have to run away. Oh, another pulverized. Dway. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Dway, take your hat off. They didn't have vision on Shadow, so he gets a big ult combo with Assume. Fantastic start. But what really wins in that play is the double multi-man pulverizes. Holy moly. And Sheer got the top turret. Well, there goes the gold lead. So Shadow is off vision. Q, flash onto 1xN, into the ult to follow the flash. And then basically headbutt, pulverized with the flash, gets everybody knocked up into the air. Hoya turns up, but it's already too late. What's that? That cast does nothing. Another pulverize. Man, that CC score is going to be beautiful. Can someone make a holy moly counter? Where is the energy? Dead inside. You're right. Actually, I could be higher energy. That's true. That was sick. Looks a little hard for TT to play out teamfights into FPX's comp. Gragas, Xin Zhao, Nautilus all make the dive quite tricky. Like, you can go forwards, but even if you jump onto 1xN, assuming Hoya or Beitwan are on the ball, you go and immediately get bounced around. It's really tricky. There's a lot on Dway to be really obnoxious as a kind of frontline slash engage to prevent that. But Hoya wasn't there that time. So I'm actually not sure I entirely agree, Shady. Not that FPX don't have angles, obviously. However, I don't think it's as straightforward as that. I think it's tough for them to engage into Ali, and FPX have a range advantage. That's true. The range advantage will prove a little problematic later on. However, if you're in the river first, FPX have to come into you. And yes, Alistair can do that. But I think it's less fun. Yeah, but these points are moot. They've got Bomber. That's fair. Hang on, we've got to pay attention to this dragon fight. Alright. Okay, we're looking for an ult, didn't find it. Actually, this ult needs to get used soon, or it's going to be a bit problematic. Ari, can you find an angle? Dragon down to half. To be soul point for FPX. Can Beitwan get in? We'll look for the angle. Doesn't secure it. Smite by Shadow. Good work. Charm onto the backside. If they're going to get some damage on the way, he will surely fall. Does so. Flash Wind becomes lightning. Bullet time isn't fantastic, and that gives some space for Shadow to go forward. He got Rune Prison as he went looking for the Q. To the backside, but gets knocked up, and that is the problem for FPX. Nowhere to roam, as in comes the Realm Warp, a triple kill for 1xN. Access denied. FPX, every diver gets stuffed individually. They get Soul Point, and that is an important silver lining, but they will lose Atakan, and they will surely have a rough time in terms of holding on to some of these turrets. Shadow's still got EU in him, so it's so beautiful to see, doesn't it? So true. So true. Dway got absolutely wrecked in the backside, so that's diver number 1. Dead. Okay, nice hook on his Shadow, who's then in trouble. And Sheer flashes away from the bullet time, which isn't fantastic. The Rune Prism mid-Q stuffs Shadow on the second dive. Assume goes in later. Gets immediately knocked up by the 3 Talon Strike. That is number 3. So we went 1 by 1 by 1, and all died. And 1XN comes away with 3 kills. Do you not just sell Alistair there? Yeah, probably. You don't need the fight. Shadow was already caught, though, so I think he was saying, look, I just have to go into the backside and try and set up for Assume because I'm dead anyway, because he got caught by the Spell Flux and the Rune Prism was coming. So I think that's probably his thought process. Now at 2.5 items. Two and a half items. I think they were fine if Asum just saved his engage for the next fight still, though. Yeah, probably. I agree. Honestly, they should have pulled away, is the answer. They overplayed that. Wouldn't Talia be a good game, this game for Blue? Yeah, would have been. Very good Talia game. However, they went with the Rise, and in fairness to him, setup is making the Rise work. 'Cause the other thing that FPX lack is they've got decent burst, but their actual upfront damage is not necessarily always enough to deal with the Rise if he's got phase rush and stuff. You kind of start missing some skill shots. You've got quite a short range comp, and the Rise can start brawling a lot. Holy moly, Shadow, how did you get caught out? That's another holy moly for the counter. And that's surely Baron. That's a smite down. Oh, no. How did he get there? What? Oops. And that, my friends, is probably going to be TT winning this game. Give them Baron with more than enough time to set up lane shove and get some pressure down before Dragon in just a minute. So the priority here is pin FPX back in the base and ensure there is no way they are coming over to contest this Hextech Dragon. But yes, to go back to it, Talia would have been a fine pick here. But they went with the Rise, which is a bit more brawly, a little bit more HP. Survives the dive, probably a little... I say that. The Unraveled Earth would have been really nice here in a lot of FPX's dive. But it allows you to brawl, basically, and then you kind of become a late game win condition in and of yourself. Now with Roa, Seraphs, and Zhonya's, who is killing this Rise in a decent timer? Like, it's going to be very tricky. There's that turret that caused them so much strife earlier gone. Okay, engage FPX into the backside. Assume is down. There's a big Rune Prison onto Sheer. My days, Rune Prisons again. Every time double body slam means there's more going down. You finally get the Gragas, but at what cost? It's a triple to Beishuan. They went looking for the engage. I don't blame them. Trying to break this shot, but that might actually just be game. Care has to find value here, or with the mites, they've got 6 grubs. I think Thunderdor could just walk this in. Oof. They can't quite end the game, or they decide not to. They're going to Hexgate out with a Nexus turret down alongside the inhibitor and head back towards his Hextech Dragon. So, Shadow goes really deep to try and get onto 1xn. And they do jump him. Congratulations. However, you have not threatened the Rise or the Gragas, really. And you burn a lot to kill off 1xn, who still does a decent amount on his way out. And we talked about this Rise having Seraphs and Zhonyas. Yeah. Setup, gonna get a TP coming on him, but there's a Zhonyas, and that's now imposing FPX to back away. They've teleported themselves, and I don't think Sheer wants to be there! And Realm Warp afterwards, they can keep chasing. They send the Nautilus forward. Beitron, I apologize, who's now really deep himself, throws out the Crescent Guard, buying a lot of time. Feather, with that Riptide, slows everyone down. Now Dway's in danger, knocked up. Will try and buy some time with the Unbreakable Will, but much like Future Armor, they can indeed break the spirit. On towards our inhibitor turrets, and the inhibitors we go. Carrot assume must try and wave clear here, but with what? With what? Waves come crashing on him. Final inhibitor turret dropped. Final Nexus turret dropped. Rune Prisoner to bullet time meter soon drops too, and the Nexus soon after. Thundertalk Gaming. Crisp team fight. Ultimate nicely. Pairs it well with the Skarner. And TT have got a very big team fight comp. Leona or Skarner land an ult, and Bessa can follow up. Corki and Aurora for the big team fight damage. All good. FPX. Not dissimilar, but a lot more all-in. Oh, I say that, not like Ambessa isn't. Your Yoni and Ken are going to have to really throw their bodies into the grinder. And that can be risky versus a Skarner and Leona. But a bit more ability to pull the trigger, I think, on FPX. But riskier to do so. Whereas Feather can be a little bit more non-committal. The Skarner is so tanky. Aurora and Corki, bit more mobile. But a relatively even. To the Rift we go. The crowd will have a moment or two for some noise. And our gyros completed. Not the cleanest gyros ever, has to be said. Come on, TT and FPX fans, we can do better. Part of it, again, is because IG is in the building alongside BLG. A lot of those seats get bought out by those fangirls. Oh, boy. Where do our eyes turn this game? I feel like mid jungle's going to be very important here as our kind of big initiation tools. Eyes on the sports too, but I think if we're paying attention, it's pulling the trigger correctly this game will be important for both teams. The counterpunch from TT with Skarner ult, with Leona ult, can be very scary if the Sejuani and Yone kind of fumble the engage. And similarly, if TT go diving forwards and they mess it up, Cannon flash proto-belting in, Yone looking for the ult turnaround can be very, very tricky to manage. Nothing super scary at the level 1 here. Shadow clearing towards his top side. Been a very standard clear. Base one doing the same. Hey, Harold with nearly 2 years. Thanks for the sub, Feather. game's been relatively quiet at this point. We're seeing that 1-2v2 and everything else. Then just largely farming, trading up map sides as Sheer. On his Kennon's had some really good Kennon games. Didn't have a great time on it the other day. I still remember that insane 5k lead he had individually. Onyxen runs across a captive audience and decides to leave. Not as captive as I think maybe was expected to be. His care has been suffering this lane. Settler's been getting a lot of poke down for the Yone. It can happen as the Yone. He's got the Vamp Scepter now at least, but he doesn't even auto things for that to happen. With him shoved in, gives a potential angle for Baytron to come on over. That control ward there is good. Assume way back. Afraid of being dived, and rightly so. Deadly Flourish stands, but that's a valuable target. They'll mount up onto Feather, but again, he's not taking turret aggro until just now. So, large amount of that wave dropped for FPX, which is kind of bleeding out. They're nearly 1,000 gold behind off laning phase. Look at the discrepancy bot. Look at the discrepancy mid. That is significant. That's mostly off laning. There's not really been any jungle attention in. Feather interrupted, but not stunned. Sheer got jumped on a little bit there. Gets the stun. Be alright for now. Try to remember what Cannon W is again. I learned this twice yesterday. It just hasn't stuck. I know it's similar to another ability. Like Lightning Surge or something. One of these days. Shadow, gonna be on Vision again. He spent a lot of time on Vision. Been a little problematic. The game, very, very slow. 25 seconds on Grubs. TT got the first set. Just quietly farming up. How far off first items are we? That'll be a question. Setup gets his Sork boats done. And on to the grubs we go. FPX will pick those up. We'll trade up the grub, even up the grub mark. TT gonna come fight this. Onyxen in a position, potentially a position to do so. So TT here enforced, but so are FPX. Looking for an angle. Glacial Prison lands onto Feather. Then the Magnet Storm. Gorgeous from FunPlus Phoenix. They turn around decently, though, with the Impale, but it's just not enough. The damage isn't there. Care's still alive. Shadow flashing out to safety. Aurora gets one, but a knock-up from Care in the back of the pit. Means Hoya's down as well. 3 dead for Thunder Talk. Nearly 4. They get 2 back in trade at the very least. Wait, hang on, Setup just hops on in as the bunny. He's got a Quadra. Wait. Can he pick up a Zoom as well? Surely not. The 11-minute Penta. Can't quite do it. Setup, where did he come from? Absolute scenes there. It looked like a done deal for FPX, but Setup still quietly alive. Gets to hop in and claim a few more. Holy. That was really nice. Let's have a look at this, because initially, looked awesome for FPX. Glacial Prison into the Magnet Storm combo. Yes, you get a backline engage from Hoya, and that is solid enough. But that turnaround with that huge slicing Maelstrom. Yes, you get an Impale. Baytron buys a bit of time, but he's going to die here. At which point you're thinking, okay, you've done all the damage you need to. But Setup, still here, still full HP, gets one, and then Care's caught in the back of the pit. And you're thinking, that's still a 3v1. But then he just gets a Q into the E, and those health bars are too low. They're tanking the grubs as well, which could be quite obnoxious at this point of the game. That is now 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. This bunny is off to the races. Nice to have you see Monty's, even if it is off the back. I'm being a little exhausted. Thundertalk find themselves in a fantastic position now this game. This bunny rabbit could be really problematic. Can't quite get the passive proc on top of everything else. In comes the Between Worlds setup, hit with the Fate Sealed, huge shutdown, crash down after. Feathers coming over, but to what end? The Impale is there. They'll Gander Zenith Blade, but to what end, actually? Because they've already got the Impale. It's not really layering up that CC very well. Assume now here, Hoya also around. But what extent is it? The damage is gone. They lose 2. FPX now corralling people under this tier 1. 1xn looking to come over and play this. You've got no TPs to come and get involved. There's the curtain call. They're going to try and all in regardless as the Fate Sealed is you. Not the Fate Sealed. The curtain call comes on down. Slicing Maelstrom is there. And the damage is too much for Thundertalk to deal with. Thundertalk by name, but unfortunately, Slicing Maelstrom's a little bit too much of their namesake to handle. Massive win for FPX. How on earth does setup get called? It's a great Fate Seal from Care, to be sure. Just trading out around Vision. That's going to cost them a turret as well, and FPX suddenly swing the gold right back in their favor. So let's have a look. Setup gets jumped on by Shadow. He's on top of a ward. Tries to jump away with Between Worlds, but the flash for the Fate Sealed extension means he dies. And then there's no damage because Hoya's TPing down, but 1xn is still in mid lane. He's moving now. He's not going to turn up to this play, basically. And the moment you use base run as well, there's just no damage. Hoya's here finally, but to what end? They keep trying to play it out, but the curtain call is doing so much damage across the extended play, and an endless Slicing Maelstrom is pulled. Ghost up from GT. Ooh! Corky Death's always entertaining. Great voice line. Couple minutes till Dragon, 50 until Herald. Are we going to see another contest around that? I imagine we will. Game's still very much in touchy distance for both teams, even if it had been very, very flippy. The Jhin being strong is very important for FPX. As we said, by far the longest range champion in this game right now with the W and the R. At least in terms of the length you can play from. Does look like we're getting some pings. The vision control right now, much better for FPX. The control ward deeper in. Got a couple of teleports working. Ked's got his flash coming back up. CTT going to head into the river and try and get some control of their own. But you can see they're pinging on that control ward. They can definitely go for a deep flank here if they want it. Care's debating it. Steb will TP in just to the mid lane. Setup gets a decent chunk of his way over the wall. That means the Rel down at half HP to begin with. This Bunny Rabbit could be a threat, but the last player in this space was Scary. Feather doesn't quite have the permafrost locked on. Setup still off vision, still Scary goes across the Veil. Chunk again onto Dway, who has to crash down away from danger. The shield will time out. You imagine. Deadly Flourish comes across. And Herald now in danger. Hoya looking for an angle. They get the Glacial Prison though! Driven onto the wall, into a big ult, onto the Yone means they die. The Slicing Maelstrom is decent. The setup tries to escape but can't quite do so. Across the Veil, not enough. Sheer flashes to secure it. But they're now split up. What can this cannon with no ultimate do? Knocked into the wall. Base one still tanky. 1xm beginning to unload. Shadow in danger. Trying to get some damage back. Base one survives. Definitely Flourish just shy. Gets a Bastion shield. Now she is in danger. Lightning rushing back in. 1xm flash into the pit. But will be force-shotted with the flash by the Jhin. Now the Hoya trying to get some damage down. Will Drakehound step with the repudiation. Deadly Flourish goes wide. No bullets available for Assume means that with a cunning swipe, Jhin falls. Ends up being an extended 5 for 4. Everyone but Hoya dies in the play in the extended run of it all. I take that back. Beitwan survived as well. So 5 for 3 as the respawns come on in. I do apologize. Dragon's up. We're going to play around that rather than the Herald, I see. Let's have a look at the replay. Because Joy starts this really low, and they jump on a feather, but he gets the exhaust down and buys enough time that between Beichuan and 1xN and Hoya, they can blow up the Yone. The problem is, Setup get absolutely jumped by the flashes of Kennen and Sejuani, and that flank is swiftly pounced on. But killing off the Aurora is all well and good, but she's already used her ultimate. You're already going to lose quite a lot of damage. Beichuan surviving here is big. Sheer's going to die. We'll get a decent amount of damage back, and then 1xN flashes away as the 4-shot was available. And Assume will flash to secure the kill. The problem is he's then a Jhin in melee range of an Ambessa while he's reloading. That's not a great time for Jhin, and has a bad experience. Hoya now 3-1 and 2 is in a really good spot. Setup is still scary at 5 and 2. And the game flips again, back to even. Setup can pick up this turret. 2 already claimed for FPX, it's worth noting. But a second dragon was secured by Thunder Talk. That'll help even up the gold somewhat, and does so. Setup is really deep here. He needs to go across the veil. He doesn't have flash. Between worlds we go. But he's still going to get slowed. There'll be a glacial burst. I think Setup's just dead here. Weirding his time, but there's just nowhere to go. He between worlds too early. He tries to breed it, but Shadow Death goes, cool. I'm not going to throw anything until you between worlds, and dies for it. There's nothing traded. That was really, really too deep. Setup. I'm praising him a little bit. And understandably so. But that was too far. Second item's beginning to get completed. Hoya now ahead of Sheer means there's no actual Shadow Flame quite completed for this Kennen yet, but they will likely be completed by the next objective fight. I don't think we'll be seeing a rush for this Atakan anytime soon. Worth noting, FPX did at least pick up the Heralds, and they've also got feat strength because they got first turret alongside those first 3 kills. It's a slight edge to them as well, which gives them something extra to work with here. Okay. What is our next protocol? I think it's going to be a bit of a calmer moment while we wait for that dragon to spawn. Hoya does a fair amount to care at this point. Ouch. Shojin and Eclipse. There's a lot of rotations and shields through those basic abilities. Mid lane tier 1 now under siege. All of the captive audiences proc at once. That was kind of synchronized. Jhin will appreciate the pyrotechnics. Turn around between worlds, not going to work. A setup hit before he could escape. Slicing Maelstrom after. Yes, you got the impale, but you still lose both your mid and your jungle. 1xN now in danger. Permafrost flash for the auto. And FPX punish in a matter of moments. Assume gets a double. And that turret falls short, but FPX are swift on the punish. 4 dead. And this mid lane tier 1 will surely be the next trade as the Herald comes on in. TT over pushing, get absolutely wrecked. Shadow, what an ult. And that will surely be Atakan afterwards as well. Hope we get a replay because Setup did not ult in time there. Man, after that early fight, this Aurora was in such a good position. But that's 3 times in a row now that Shadow has broken the Bunny Rabbit's ankles. Oh, man. Beichuan gets an impale, but there's just no turnaround damage at the point. Where is dearest Hoya? He's bot side. It's a 4v5. Ouch. Understandably, he doesn't want to TP in at that point. Would have been a little too little, a little too late. Suddenly the gold lead is 3k. And the dragon fight coming with Atakan withdrawals available. Hoya misses an ult. That's unfortunate. Dway should be fine here. Did TT really want to play this into withdrawals? Are you sure, guys? Beige one, that's very deep. Gets an impale to not really much end. The slice motion comes on down. They'll get the withdrawal out. At the very least, between worlds they go. Decent chunk back on the drain. Actually, they have made this one work okay. Problem is, Beige one is dead, whereas the others are just withdrawals. They'll be able to come back up on the mat. Shadow trading one out. The Crescent Guard. Curtain Call comes on through. Different C ability. Newlands are losing your jungler for 2 withdrawals. Don't know about that one. They'll lose the dragon regardless. Can't play for Soul anymore. Hoya will get the tier 1 top in trade for that. Shear's turned up, but here come the rest of TT. Shear, I don't think you can be there, friends. Flash away, flash forward for the Shield of Daybreak, he's dead. And a reset comes on through. Setup secures it with the passive. Tier 1 goes down. Tier 2 in mid lane's already dead, interestingly, for Thunder Talk. That was the Herald plush earlier. Hoya. Going to be keeping shoving on up as FPX shove onto the tier 2 in bot side. So yes, he killed off the cannon. But FPX still going to trade up here with a tier 2 bot side in that regard. Can Hoya try to get this one down? Get a TP at the very least. He's gotten 4 grubs, so theoretically can do a little bit of damage, but Yone's TPing in. Has split off FPX though. 30 seconds left on the Atakan withdrawals. Recall comes on through. Beige one not going to be spotted out, assume. I wonder whether he might put a captive audience in now. It's not just Beige one, it's Hoya. I apologize. Assume. 4 seconds on the withdrawals. Flashes away. Now Hoya's in danger. Watch for Shadow over the wall. Flash out the Glacial Prison. As he was Stray Can stepping away. Does burn his own flash, but gets that off Assume. Could be very valuable here. The dragon fight within time for that to be punished. FPX with an advantage, notably in bot lane, notably in jungle. However, you've got a Skarner at 2 items, so he's kind of fine despite being behind. And your Corki's still at 2.5, so, you know, still not in an awful spot here. Very playable game state. Only 2 dragons to both sides. The tower lead is a bit more concerning, but you've gotten all the outer turrets now at the very least for Thunder Talk. And this Ambessa, with the strength she's at, isn't really someone this Kennen wants to face in a 1v1 anymore. He's got a great team fight build. Not necessarily a great 1v1 build. Baron now alive. But no one's rushing that as yet. Atakan, as we also went down, Infinity Edge just got completed by Assume. That's big. Can 1xN try and get that? Lord Dominic's completed in that time. Don't know about that one. At least Setup has managed to pick up a death cap. QSS done for Yone makes him a lot harder to manage in terms of with the Skarner. So keep your eyes on that one. Hey, Soli, good to see you. Nice and Mo. 1.5 minutes. That dragon will surely be our next point of contest. Setab flashing away. This time survives. My day Shadow's been hunting for him this entire time. Flash blown though. Try for just the ult. Shadow. Good ults this game. Very good ults. Earning at least flashes, it feels like, with every opportunity. cleanse. Hang on. They got him, but we had no flash. Nicely done. Hoya, what an engage. That's huge. Can they Baron off that? They're going to try. Oh, Tinder Talk. Think they found the moment they were looking for. Could prove problematic. Care looking to stack up on that side with the Q3. Goes across the veil. Does set up. Avoids the angle, but the damage is still good. They get Kennen though in trade. Care now in danger. Hops back in. Tries to get a Q3. Flashes out to safety. Massive Magnet Storm. Shadow into the backside. The damage so desperately much as they are doing as much as they can. Hoya though, with all of the Omnivamp, will begin to heal his way on through. Drake can step to the beat. Can they get towards Shadow? They couldn't do the Baron. Trying to get a slow with the upheaval. Dragon coming up in 5 seconds. Respawn's coming on. Resets coming on through. Can they interrupt the Skarner back? Hang on. This could be really significant. Going to interrupt it. And Jin's now going to come on up. Can maybe make this a bit more of an ugly fight. Deadly Flourish just out of range. But it means Base One's not been able to reset as the Dragon's going to be started. But neither has Shadow. So Thunder Talk will surely get this one without too much of a contest. Oh, assume. Not again. He needs to be really wary. Captive audience. Teleport coming on in. He's gone too deep. They don't have to burn anything. And they can just repeat the play. Back to Baron we go with the Dragon being down. Hoya! What an angle off that TP. Oh, no. Assume. 2 back-to-back deaths as your 7-kill Jhin. Not like that. There's double TP on Sheer and Care. They can drop in behind that pit. Shadow needs to be a bit wary. Looking to go across the veil is Setab. Won't find a moment to make that a between worlds. Dragon still up and Thunder Talk don't pull the trigger on Baron. Actually leaves him with a rough setup around this Dragon pit. Care can look for something but doesn't get much more than a little bit of a chunk on Feather. Dragon started. They decide that is the wiser of the course of actions. Are they going to rush Baron? Oh, my days, they are. Here we go. Can't see anything. Feather has to face check. Base One off to one side. Sheer and Dway on a good flank angle. 1xN in serious danger here. Needs to not stand there. Here we go. Dway looking for that Magnet Storm angle. Feather. Body blocks now. Sheer still not found that way in. Now they're looking to get damage onto the pit. 3k HP. Hoya can get in there. Base One's also in. Impale in the pit. Means damage as they keep on going down. Taken by the side of Shadow and FPX. The trade back is huge as FPX unleash all of their ultimates. Hoya trying to Drake step his way, but gets permafrosted. Shoot shields with a repudiation. Gets a double of his own. Setab gets more. They kill off 3 Hoya. What insane work at the back end of it all. But Shadow and Care survive. They need to TP in. I wonder whether you could have allowed that one to complete. Still comes on through. Hoya needs to back away. Shadow now here with the side of that Yone. Trying to get the shutdown. Does so. Big kill. Remove 3 Barons, but make it a 3-for-3 in the extended trade. That Baron take. Potentially critical here. Setup does a decent amount of work on Asum, but not before Asum managed to blow up at least one there. Man, this Jhin is scary, but Hoya gets on in there. Man, Hoya is having a good game. Goes for this turret. I don't blame him. Setam kind of leaves him out to dry here, but honestly, I don't think you win the 2v2 there anyway, the HP bars being what they are. So there you have it. Into the red side jungle of Thunder Talk. FPX now march. 3 items on Jhin, 3 items on Yone, 3 items on Kennen. Beitwan behind though, can look for an angle. It's going to be a known quantity. They've got decent wards here. Trying to hold on with this Baron on 2 members. Can they find a decent angle? Not really as yet. And actually pulling back onto Jue, who's now in danger. Magna storms himself. To what end? He's dead between worlds now. Comes on through. Hoya with the perfect execution. Sheer tries to turn it around and will at least get something. Fate sealed is brutal, but they can't quite get as many kills as they're hoping. Jin, though, unleashing at the back end of it. All the curtains are called. They've got Baron. Can they get the whole damn squad? Not quite. Beichuan survives. Deadly Flourish. Not going to get enough onto Beichuan, but that does mean another 3 for 4 this time. And the damage of Baron means I think they could shove for at least an inhibitor here. With 30 seconds on set time, can they try to end the game? They can look for quite a lot here. Beichuan's going to be very tanky. I think the wiser course of action is inhibitor and out. Even with the death timers. Bit too much CC to manage. Over we come in this replay. The Magnet Storm. Bit ugly from Dwayne. He goes, oh dear, that's looking tricky. Then Hoya into the backside. Thing great, but they don't quite kill Sheer before he gets a full combo. And Assume hurts so much at this point. Untouched on the Jin. Gets to absolutely unload. Curtain call afterwards, they can keep chasing. Back towards the pit we go. Live is Sheer once again with a slicing maelstrom. But this time Hoya not really touched. Gets knocked up by the 3-part Mortal Steel. Perfect execution. Shy. Assume low this time. Setup can kill him. Jin's finally taken care of. On the other side, the fight's going FPX's way. Setup across the veil. Being run at. Waiting for the slow. Sheer in danger. Setup trying to dance away around, but Shadow is so damn tanky. Golden, but that only buys moments. Buy time. Because look in the mid lane. Care is shoving. And Beichuan will not be able to recall. They're going to end the game with the teleports. Sheer survived. And yes, you killed the Jin. But he's the only member that dies. And now Thunder Talk will be looking at this game and shaking their heads. It's been messy. 54 kills in 34 minutes. But surely the game ends here. 18 seconds on 1xN. Can Feather buy time? He's going to try. But I think there's just too much damage. There will be too much structural damage, and Fun Plus Phoenix will be taking us to a game 3. It was insanity, but it is done. Oh my god, I had to leave for coffee stuff and we're already into game. Oh my days, we're so late. Oh no. Well, draft's here. So, apologies on the lateness. I had to have a quick chat with Alex about what plans are for the day. Where are my streamers? Yeah, good question. Hi guys, I'm genuinely so sorry I'm late. I had a few bits to do in the background there, which took a little bit of a second. Let me up my volume and stuff. So, basically, here's where we're at. 1xM, gone for the Jinx Lulu combo. It's dangerous. It's powerful. Can do a lot of work. if you get to the point where it's valuable. You've got decent front line with the Poppy, with the Scion, even with the Talia to buy some space. That's the idea, but 1x's getting jumped on. Just about goes down. Ash Renata does Ash Renata things. Because the other side of the lane is Ash Renata is incredibly lane dominant. Burn a lot of summoners to do it, but they get first blood. Dwayne picks it up. He's been a really good sport of late. And they've gone for Viego Galio. Renata as well. So much anti-dive, really, which can be a bit annoying for the Poppy. Can also be a bit of a setup for that Viego. Hello, mate. Let's have a look at this. The volley lands, and the moment that does, the slows are just ridiculous. They try to turn it around. It doesn't get as much as they're hoping, and then 1xn kind of caught a not a great HP point, and I'm assuming Assume just gets to frost shot his way to victory here with approach velocity. Great flash. And great 2v2. Reminder the last game, it was Assume dying in the 1v1 after a great little play from Feather. But a lot of tools here from FPX to set Shadow up for success. And if you do overplay from TT, you will have the Galio and the Renata coming on in. The only thing I'll say is that TT aren't obligated to actually dive on in. You can play with Jinx and Talia range, and then you're kind of forced to use the Galio very aggressively with the Viego. Hoya, decimating smash, gets a knockup. I think he still just dies here to the EQ and does. Sorry, WQ. Alright, quite a new follow the LPL. Could you give some more insights on TT and FPX? Absolutely. So, we're going to have a that conversation after this. Because another 2v2 kill. Oh, 1xn and Feather. What on earth has happened? Beitron's down behind. I don't actually think they killed this, though, because Assume's still absolutely lethal. Oh, what a disaster. I mean, bot lane is over. Wow. Okay, so, hoping this is done so we can have this job. So this is from Nil over in Onivia's chat. Hi there, I'm Initialise, I'm Nymaera's brother. We cast together on this channel. So Nymaera's not here. He'll be back for the third series, and I'll make sure he answers that question too. But while we're watching this play, 1xn, I'm assuming, just got dragged under turret by a handshake. Oh dear. That's not great. Hey, J-Borg. Good to see you. So, share the sexy handsome brother, very true. But yes, Nil, to answer your question, FPX, otherwise known as Fun Plus Phoenix, were the world champions back in 2019. And this was following on from Invictus Gaming, we'll be seeing later today. And it kind of was the halcyon highlight days of the LPL. They had some incredible players on that team. Doinby, probably most famously, has now become one of the biggest streamers in the world. He's now playing on NIP. He was playing the first series this morning, alongside players like LWX and Tien, who's over, obviously having quite a good time of his own, over on Top Esports, and, you know, going through this big old roster of very, very talented players. And then basically over the next few years, especially with a big crash out at, I want to say Worlds 2021, where they burned out in groups. FPX have been on a really big downward spiral. They're now a budget team who have struggled to find anywhere near the same levels of success. Last summer, they had some moments. It was looking pretty good. They pulled a decent roster where they had Milky Way come up from the LDL, a player I'd really loved for a very long time. Come up and have a phenomenal debut into the LPL as this kind of carry, exciting jungler with so much creativity, playing Kindred, Galio combos, and, you know, 1vxing on brand and all these kinds of things. Yeah, FPS last in that group stage. Exactly, Darren. That's the year we're talking about. It was very messy, and then FPS after that kind of went splitting down in. What team is Tien on now? I believe it's Top Esports, isn't it? Am I having a moment? Coming over. No, he's not, because of course, as the big damage comes on down. Of course it's not Top Esports, because of course it's not Top. What am I talking about? I'm having a senior moment. Because that's Kanavi. He was on top esports last year. And then Kanavi replaced him this year. Because he's on Weibo at the minute. With Xiaohu. Sorry, I got 2024 was 2024 was TN on top esports, and he moved away in Kanavi's replacement. I was saying, hang on, what am I talking about? We were talking about Kanavi not so long ago. I'm having a senior moment. But yes, he's on Weibo. Why did I say top? That's wild. Yeah, and so FPX kind of now in this position where they had a really good last split, but then they lost Milky Way back to RNG because he was on loan on a contract and RNG called him back, and all those kinds of things. So, with that in mind, FPX this split, people were a bit dicey about, and then Shadow came in to replace Sorrow, who was FPX's LDL, their academy jungler. And it took a little while, but they suddenly started to look a bit more interesting. Sheer as well, coming on in, having had an interesting time over it. I believe it was on JDG, wasn't it, where he was trading out with Flandre. And people going, well, why is Flandre starting over Sheer? Sheer's such a good laner. He's looking so good. What an incredible rookie. Should he not have been Rookie of the Year even? Wow, he's so good. And he ends up on FPX and didn't have the easiest time of it. Didn't really land on his feet there. But Shadow coming on in has given FPX a bit of impetus, a bit of direction, and a lot more aggression and playmaking. It's not always been clean, as we can see in that last game, but it is a lot more proactive. And that's been really valuable when you've got players like Sheer and like Care who are willing to throw their bodies into the mix for better or worse. And after kind of going through the crucible of last chance qualifiers, now ended up in a position where they're pretty solid, all things said and done. They are one of our weaker teams in Ascension, but have looked a lot better. Thundertalk Gaming, on the other hand, were a team I half wondered whether they might pull an OMG 2023 last year. They had Yukal, they had 1XN, who were kind of underrated laners. 1XN, this kind of LDL prodigy. Who I've, again, similarly to Milky Way, been championing for a very long time. Right. Yeah, it's bots, I think, Amber. If you see it, just insta-ban it. It's bot stuff. Delete the bots. Vage my king. Yep. Nah, it's just an outlier. Okay, fair. Fair enough. Anyway, deal with that. That's fine. Appreciate you dealing with that. Decent chunk down towards the spot siders. Cool boy. They got the kill onto Sion earlier as well, so they've already got first 3 kills in that market there. But we'll continue the TT story while we got a moment here. But basically, Thundertalk last year didn't quite hit the highs I was hoping for. Yukal was good, they managed to get playoffs, but it wasn't that great. 1XN was solid, but the rest of the team just wasn't quite there. Hoya, serious loss condition. Beichuan, very inconsistent, not the player he was a few years back. And we come into last split, and they're in a group of BLG, and we're going, oh god, this group is going to be a disaster. And Thundertalk really turn it on. Hoya has a great split, is really, really solid. Beichuan and 1XN in particular are absolute terrors. Beichuan looking like a really formidable jungler. They beat BLG in a best of 5. They go into the upper bracket, we're going, man, Thundertalk finally turning up. They're doing it without Yukal, that's kind of crazy. Setup, this kind of LCK dropout is looking pretty hot as well. It's all coming together. Feather as this pairing 1XN looks really, really cool. And then they kind of bomb out in playoffs and people go, okay, back down to earth. Maybe a little hot under the collar. Hoya doesn't look so hot again. 1XN had a bit of a rough playoff series. Oh dear. And Split 2 isn't great again. They managed to make it into Ascension, but they look a lot more middle of the road again. And that gets very, very tricky. But I still have a lot of faith in 1XN and Beichuan. I need to see whether Setup and Hoya can be consistent. I need to see whether 1XN as well can maybe get back to being that kind of formidable carry we know him to be. Had a hit and miss Split 2, I think. And as we've seen early on in this game, my boy, my goat, Dying a couple times in unfortunate circumstances is not what I want to see. Is base want a carry jungler or a Yankos? His two best champions are Sejuani and Lilia. So he's actually quite versatile, is the honest answer. But he is at his best when he has resources and vision to play around. Because he's very proactive when he wants to be. Like, he's a good... He won MVP in game 1 for his Xin Zhao, for example. Because he was absolutely in the face of FPX. And basically, champions that can be in enemies' faces, he's really, really good on. Just in what form? So Lilia can go and brawl, get a lot of value out of the big carry option. Sejuani just gets to get in and go brawl. And he's really, really valuable in those kinds of scenarios. I don't like him as much on something like a Maokai, which is a bit more passive. I think his Zyra type play is okay, but it's not as exciting again. It's a decent Vi, good Xin Zhao, good Lilia, good Sejuani. Things that are a little bit more melee, a little bit more focused. His Kindred's pretty solid if memory serves as well, actually. What's my favorite team to watch so far? I always have a soft spot for Thunder Talk, again, because they've got 1xN on their roster, but that's on a sort of personal. I love this guy, and I love watching him play. And watching them last split was good fun. But I think at the minute, I think Invictus Gaming are always a joy because they're so ballsy. I think TES, generally one of the better teams in the league regionally. I think disappointing at first stand has soured me on them a little bit. But I still think regionally they're pretty damn awesome. Though they did lose yesterday, and deservedly so. But those are probably my 3 favorite teams in the LPL to watch right now, for very different reasons. I will also just always enjoy watching Kanavi be a psycho. It's just a joy every time. And I'm a jungler by trade. Kanavi's always great. Yeah. I saw... Hey, welcome back, man H. Alex is out getting coffee at the minute, so it's just me, Sam. But lovely to see you again. And yeah, that ending to the Genji T11, no spoilers as it is, was pretty damn spectacular. So for those of you who've not watched that series, pretty much, Garrett, it's pretty much obligatory viewing, I think. Oh, you know about Victor because he was in NA? Yeah, that's kind of hilarious. Very true. Alongside Prince. Kind of saw the downfall of Prince, really, didn't he? What a fall from grace for that guy. So, been a relatively slow game. We've got a little bit of story time. FPX. In a pretty good spot, honestly, this game, with 2 dragons and 3 grubs. They've got the feats of strength. We're up 1,500 gold and some pretty scary members. The thing is, later on, they are... Hang on, good engage, great engage. Flash out from 1xN, gets pulled back to safety, has to burn the flash, but does so. Heal and ult burn by Feather to keep that one down, but the engage fails. Top side, setup, trading with care. Doesn't lead to all that much. Poppy and Viego trading. I was about to say that later on, there was a call out in chat as well saying, look, full AD effectively into Sion Poppy with a Lulu backing them up. Sounds pretty miserable. And there is some truth to that. There's a reason why the Ashe has gone Blade of the Ruin King. I feel like Viego may need to also consider some anti-tank in his build. Black Cleaver will be obligatory for Sheer, because the armor stacking is going to be very difficult to manage if we get to a point where FPX have fumbled the snowball. Your only magic damage source really is a Galio, who is not exactly what you call anti-tank. You've got a lot of pick, and if you can blow up the Jinx, life is still good. But if it comes down to straight front to back, the front for TT is a mountain that will be very hard to overcome post a kind of mid-game point, assuming the snowball isn't fantastic. Weavers will split the play. Assume knocked out, Jway. Now not in a great position, and that just means the Herald goes the way of Thunder Talk. Nice little re-engage from Thunder Talk to get into the pit. Re-entry, probably is a better way of doing that one. Chat, is 7 a.m. a good time for steak tacos? I mean, it's not standard breakfast fares, but I can get behind it. This is looking rough for TT, man. Jigs no cleanse is going to be quite hard. I agree that is going to be tricky. I think a McHale's will be a valuable pickup for Feather at some point. Or a redemption. Nice shot back. But as I said, I think compositionally FPX in a very weird spot this time around. Rocket. How's the aim? Oh, got body blocked around the dragon. Oops. Breakfast is a social construct. You can eat whatever you want for breakfast. Very true. I can also recommend eating breakfast for dinner occasionally. Cereal as a late night snack goes pretty hard, guys. Just don't drink it with pilk. Don't do that. This is looking rough for TT. It's Soul Point. Yeah, that could be a win condition in and of its own, right? They've cashed in the cull as well. That is good stuff. Just eat Teemo's mushroom. I don't really want to do that. Thank you. Blech. Rooting for FPX on this one. I think they've improved a lot. No, genuinely, Hands, I agree. They've definitely looked a lot better than Split 1, Starter Split 2. The proverbial time chamber has given them some identity. And again, for all FPX, I've got some questions about the compositional validity later on. Arrow is well wide. Beitron gets a shunt into the wall there. Hoya was always a poppy player as well. So always interesting to see when someone else or on the team gets a hold of it. Beitron, decent poppy himself, of course. Okay, gets outside of the Unraveled Earth and should be mostly fine. Let me double check Beitron's stats actually. I'm curious how many poppy games he's got. Quite a few, I imagine. Of course, Beitron back in the day, reminder, was on Fun Plus Phoenix. He was on their academy team for years and years. Slightly ironic. It was a pretty solid showing down there in the LDL. Alongside Sorrow, who took over from it. Oh, just missed the shunt onto that second turret. That's unfortunate. If I remember, originally he was an Echo one trick. Certainly an Echo main. There is Atakan spawning. And it is voracious indeed. Used to play a bit of Diana, if memory serves. Hecarim as well. Yeah, plays a bit of Poppy. 10 and 10 all time. This will be his 21st game. Was on a team that was not always the cleanest. But there we go. Brother nearly had the drift. It was so close. Shadow, on the other hand, of course, you may remember, over from Mad Lions now, of course, by transitive properties, become Movistar Koi over in the LEC. A weird old journey did Shadow, but is now the starting jungler in the LPL. Italian born, but I think he has Chinese nationality is the way it works around as well, but kind of a European Chinese dual ownership of the regions. Arrow eaten up by Beitron. Actually needs to be a bit wary here. Gets healed. Throws down the steadfast presence. Care gets a taunt, but to what end? Jway Flasher got in for the hostile takeover. Doesn't quite get as much as he was hoping for. And one extent still free firing with the shields. FPX have to back away. Jway went really aggro there. But a flash heal. Enough to keep Feather alive, and they will claim that turret. Resets need to come on through. As Hoya trying to deal with the Gnar shove. FPX, says Kristen. He was born in Italy. That's the way it worked around, yes. So he was a European player for a very long time. Back in 2017. Now over in the LPL, a bit more veteran. starting jungler for FPX. He's been up and down quite a lot of his own ways. Starting over Sora. TT looked pretty okay for being 0-3. I agree. I agree. The armor is beginning to be stacked. Thorn Mail done for Sion. Bramble Vest done for Poppy alongside the Sundered Sky. Mikhail's done for Lulu. Double items done for 1xN in the Hurricane and the Yunto Wild Arrows into a very short-range team. Get that turret topside finally, but hey, they'll take the dragon and break the soul option. Oh, my goat has returned with coffee and croissants. Croissant. Thank you very much. I'm going to move this away so you don't hear me munching on croissant, but I do need the food. Arrow. Fake spam. Get some scales. Excuse me, my mouth is full of croissant. Shadow needs to ult out, does so, but now Care's gonna split up. Shadow in danger. Backs away. Phase 1 is really fast with phase rush and Steadfast Presence on. You seen Poppy's little really bobby run when she's got phase rush running? It's hilarious. Well, that means Hoya's gonna get this tier 1 top. Sion's 1,000 gold behind. Oh no, what are you gonna do? I want cross-up. I recommend it. I'm enjoying it right now. Things towards Outer Calm. TTR in the river. Seeing whether they could pull something off down there, but won't do so. Mid lane turret fell a while ago, remember, for Thunder Talk, courtesy of that Herald. 1xN building towards that Lord Dom's regard. This Jinx is getting scary now. Care around. Is he going to be caught out here? Quiet Shadow also here. Rough idea where the Viego's coming from. Hang on, this is going to be a lot of people coming around. The arrow does land onto the Jinx and gets Mikhail. Turn around, base runs in danger, goes down, there's a jungler dead! Way too deep. Now TT in danger, will just about miss that seismic shove. Shadow has to ult away. Damage still pretty heavy, and they burn quite a lot to get this to happen. Do TT still want the play? They're thinking about it. Jway eats the rocket, stays alive. In the end, it's just a pick that doesn't turn into all that much, but TT now not in mid lane to defend that turret. Care. Spotted out by a good fast start alteration. Setup unravels the earth. We'll be able to defend mid tier 1. Doesn't turn into anything more there. $30 kill games and now 0. Yeah. Welcome to the LPL. Can be a bit bipolar in our games, it has to be said. Dragon setup begins. Flash on him! Heroic charge on the Shadow, who ults away, but to how long? He gets knocked up by the decimating smash, goes down to the bailout! In comes the hero's entrance, but it's too late, the jungler's down! Base one traded, but look at 1xN! He's free fired, it's so damn exciting! Jway cannot find a hostile takeover in time! 1xN is too quick to the punch, shut back on the She, who's got a Mega Gnar, but nowhere to run. Flashes to the other side of the Atacon. But he's a dead dino. Zap just shy, but Setup will find the seismic shove back. Unraveled Earth is there. There's no way to hop. The shear is brought down. 1xN. What a glorious Jinx team fight. Shadow dies. There is too much CC. He cannot buffer through it all. And to the Atakan they go. Their prize, well earned. Dragon after in 15 seconds. Will be a big swing point for Thunder Talk Gaming here in this game. Tien is indeed on Weibo. Yeah, no, I had that conversation. For some reason, I just remembered last year, and he was playing on top esports. Like, he was last year. He's on Weibo with Xiaohu. Kanavi is great on top of Yasmin. Yeah, completely agree. I think he's been, for me, the talismanic player of that team. When Kanavi looks great, the team looks great. And he looked pretty good on the whole. Obviously, first down notwithstanding. And yesterday I had a rough time on the touch on the Skarner. This Jinx has to die, man. If you can't do it, it's going to get really scary. And Jinx is already obnoxious with movement speed, but she's got Whimsy and 2 Cloud Dragons behind just getting excited. Wall forces the Zoom off. Shadow has to ult away and does so. But now we've hit this point for FPX where how the hell do you kill the front line in a decent timeline? And then how do you kill the Jinx behind it? This comp required Viego and Galio to be really, really aggressive with the ults. Because they were going to run into a damage issue early on. And they kind of have already. That Scion is a nightmare. Sunfire, Thornmail, and then a Knight's Vow to add more insult to injury, which will guaranteed be on the Jinx. May have junked it, hands. You may have. At least you got 3 items on Ashe, and they're good tank killing items between the Blade of the Ruin King and the Lord Doms. They're going to need to be, though, as Baron's been started. Where Shadow, Arrow, lands onto the Scion. Pull back. Takes next to no damage, though. Gets Wild Growth. Will be able to flash into the pit. Nope, flashes over to safety. Man, okay. Does eventually take damage. Okay, TT, what are you doing? That was their best, unfortunately. Yeah, look at that. Infinity Edge just got completed by 1xM, by the way. This Jinx is going to be so strong. I'm not sure whether Sion wants a Randuin's or Frozen Heart. Maybe a Jack Show. Honestly, actually, I take it back. He wants an Ending Despair. That's what he really wants at this point. 3 items deep. See what that Kindle Gem turns into. Can I even the last fight? Ah. And there's the model reminder. Set up. Sidesteps the arrow. So I'm not hitting any good ones in recent moments. Back to Baron we go. Shadow, flash, ult. Quite hard to keep out of the pit. Pulling away, looking for the fight. Handshake onto Hoya. I say Jinx doesn't need a bit Guardian, just go straight BT. Yeah, well, you've got a Lulu behind you. I think BT is very valuable here, I agree. And the shield helps prevent the burst. Uh-oh, goes stunning forwards. Base run very deep against the three-man keeper's verdict knock-up. They'll get Shadow knocked down. He's surely going to bail out into nothing. Hoya finally falls, but Assume has to flash away. Setup when looking. Sheer desperately tries to hop away, but it's across the unravel. Ah, Rocket not quite enough for the Weaver's Wall coming down. Gets taunted off, but the damage is still done. Flash on forward for Setup. Gets another threaded volley. And FPX crumble in a phenomenal team fight. 8,000 damage done by 1XN. That's an inhibitor at the very least. Can they look to end it here? They might, you know. Care is in fact the only wave clear. He's got a Zonyas and a Dream. He's gonna try and clear this wave. It's got to try it. Base run shoves him into the wall. Gets pulled back towards the minions. Goes golden. But to what end? The minions just about surviving. Tries to clear them out. Does so. 15 seconds on Assume. I think they've just get to walk at it. Jinx with 4 items will destroy everything in her path. She has a minigun and a Dream, and Shadow is turned into a bunny rabbit by the polymorph. And TT will pull the rabbit out of the hat and find alongside it some victory.
This Rakan is absolutely huge because the engage speed is so fast. Even the Ezreal and the Taliyah can struggle to play disengage against it. IG, they have brought a very early game composition to the table, which wants to be forcing players around Ahri, Xin Zhao, Renekton. Rakan and MF have great follow-up. BLG, they can play for outrange. I think they, on paper, have 3 difficult lanes to play. The Taliyah can get shoved over the Ahri, but can't shove hard enough to deny the Xin Zhao entrance into the lane. I think IG need to get off the ground early. I need to see their mechanics. I want to see the brawl. I want to see the brawn. IG and BLG talked so much about facing each other in the Ascension group because they're such good individual laners. That best of 3 fearless. Let's get it on.
The Gyos out there, understandably. You wonder who bought up the tickets for this particular match, and I suspect it may be the BLG and IG fans. There's our spikes. IG spiking pretty hard in the mid game, as we expect with a comp like that, and then BLG getting slightly favored as the game goes on.
Gotta say, our crowds there have been fantastic. First series of the day, it was our first series in NIP's revamped arena in Shenzhen. So we had JDG versus NIP, both have large fan bases because of Scout and Doinby. And of course, the local crowd from NIP, that blew the rafters off. And here we have 2 of our most successful organizations within the LPL and 2 of our most, popular players on the Rift, and Rookie and the Shy as well over on IG. Early laning phase, in which I like to dip into a lot with Rookie versus Knight on this kind of matchup. Both players and on matchup which can do so much work. Rookie, will see whether he goes for the Rod of Ages build. I hope he doesn't actually in this game. I think you need to accelerate early, and you want to play very heavily around your Malignance kind of acceleration gameplay, but we'll see whether he's going to fall and prey to the meta a little bit more. Of course, jungle matchup as well, incredibly important here. JJ clearing through his bot side, not necessarily going to be influencing that bot lane too early. 2v2 not going to be made into a 2v3, which has often been one of Elkinon's weaker points. Bit in the Shy, feels like the Shy has the favorable side of the matchup early on with the Renekton versus the Ambassador. Great jump forward from El. Double pulverize. That's nasty. Blows the barrier very quickly from Gala. Elkinon used the XP advantage well. And as we said before, JJ is not coming to help them. They played like this knowing that the jungler is not coming to help. Elkinon get a huge advantage.
Try to play with a little bit of swagger to fake like it might be happening. It doesn't. They get punished for it. And again, much like the likes of Jackie Love and Mako, Jackie Love and Chris. There we go. Sorry, that was last year. I had that moment earlier where TN's playing on top esports, and he's now on Weibo.
It feels like it's an LPL epidemic of bot lanes playing without the minimap on.
Yes.
Very good in the 2v2. Needs to be aware of the map.
It's the 2v3s that's been problematic, but Elkanon, at their best, have always been really good, aggressive 2v2ers. When you can start just doing that, Gala again hit with another headbutt bomber. Nice buffer out from Elk on the other side of it. And Gala's struggling to get access to the minions.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things that Kira does, who of course I do a lot of podcasts, is just randomly track important stats. Like, how many 2v2s did this lane win? Elkin On versus Jackalef and Mako last year won every 2v2 but lost every 2v3. I think it ended up like that.
That sounds so correct.
Something like that. It's pretty, I'd say it's an incredible statistic, but an incredible observation. On sticking around to make sure that XPs come through there. The Shy does have early push in the top side. You expect this of Renekton versus Ambessa, and you want the Shy to get as much over the bin as possible. I think the first early skirmish of this game is going to determine a lot. I think this feels like a gunpowder keg. Feels like as soon as one team gets ahead, they have so much ability to just brawl through early power. All of these champions have great ability to force fights around one item, 2 items if not. Recalling the enemy jungle, this is a very common thing. We saw this really evolve in 2022. If you're doing a full clear, but you're not doing the same path of the enemy jungler, you just recall on the enemy side of the jungle, drop a ward so you can spot them on the next return and make sure that they're not doing something funny in one of your lanes.
Shy eats a bit of a nasty trade there from Ambessa, who backs away before a good Q can come on through. Some pretty good stuff from the Shy on the Renekton just the other day. Gets a nice Golden Meat kill into the Ruthless Predator. Great names on Renekton. What's his passive called again? I remember it being a really good one.
Butcher of the Sands is his title, but I actually can't remember his...
Empire of Rage or something.
Yeah, something like that. That sounds about right. That sounds like a power metal band. Yeah. Oh, Shy doing well to use his empowered abilities there. Gets the empowered Q. Of course, you only really get healing on champions now. Getting empowered Q onto minions doesn't really heal that much. It's one of the big things they changed about Renekton over time, so you can't just slowly bleed you out of lane. Potential combo coming in here. One gets the stun onto Mako. Doesn't go for the full combo, knowing that, oh, it's a really good W forward. Blows the Guardian. That cooldown's now down. Elk, as we said, very good at playing aggressively when he has that angle. BLG, I mean, in terms of the laning phase, looking pretty locked in right now. Even in top lane in a difficult matchup. Bot lane's doing well. 10 CS lead there, unassisted.
That's off some very good 2v2s, as we said. And on the other side of that, I want to shout out, the rookie has indeed gone for the Dark Seal on the early back.
Yeah, as an Ahri main, I'm obligated to tell you, Medjai's is Ahri's best item. I don't give a damn about What of Ages, I don't give a damn about anything else. Go buy that book if you can. And what really helps is going for the Dark Seal on your first bike. Has gone for the Ruby Crystal as well, so we'll be going towards that What of Ages. Yeah, everyone's going for it. I have opinions on it. We're going to go onto this dragon. No one's really roaming up. On is just going to make sure that Mako can't interrupt anything more than is necessary. Early dragon taken. Wei holding his nerve, saying, okay, you don't have a Xin Zhao behind you. This is fine. Gets the dragon, gets out.
Vi's always been one of the better early dragon takers by herself, purely because Denting Blows and the Blast Shield passive are really good against dragon. You can just stack through them against other people who have the habit of running away from you. That's harder. Yes. Against a dragon that's going to sit there and take your punches, a lot easier.
Yeah. I mean, if you get a Q on someone, you get the auto reset, and then that's your attack speed and the shred done. Wei towards bot side. No one helping the Shy out right now. Has level 6. So does Bin. So good lockdown, but it's hard to take out Renekton even a 1v2.
Breaks the Repudiation Shield. Public Execution lands. There's a Dominance after. Wei trying to find a way on him, but he's going to wait for the Shy. He's got a Q going to wait available to it. The Shy's going, yep, no, I want this wave. I know I'm dead. That's hilarious. Good man. Yeah, he's actually somebody waving.
But he's buying time. Hang on. This is such a bounce move. He might even kill back.
Oh, wait, he got the kill. He got the kill.
The Shy gets the kill in a 1v3. If Baus doesn't know who he is, show him the clip.
That is definition of illegal.
As I said, it's hard to take down Renekton in a 1v2 on spots at JJ on this top side, but that's a big moment for the Shy. Gets an individual lead out of that and buys time for everyone else. That being said, JJ, caught out on this top side, would have liked to go into the enemy top side jungle, knowing that the other side had been delayed on the bot side of the map. Now that's not going to happen. Wait, does have ult.
And that's a big chunk on a JJ and straight down into the dirt, the cease and desist. comes on through, and they will ensure that Xin Zhao is punished for re-invading on the blue buff with no vision.
I feel so bad for the Shy. The reason he went for that play on bot side is because he could delay the play on top side and allow JJ that camp steal. Now he goes in, gets that Q combo through.
They're going to get knocked up, but so is Gala. Trying to find a way inside the bullet time is solid. They kill off that Vi who had no ultimate with on, now in danger as well. With
Rookie!
No run with Rookie popping off, gets a reset on the ult, but now Mako in danger. Grand entrance over the wall, but again he finds himself jumping into a shallow grave.
Six kills in under 8 minutes. Rookie gets himself some stacks for that Dark Seal, which we talked about being very important for the champion. And this is going to be one to sit back and review. It looks chaotic, but there is a flowchart to this. The bot side delaying BLG puts IG in a position where he wants to play on top side, because the Shy realizes, look, we want to play on top side. Grubs are up, I can buy time. If they gank me here, sure, they get a kill, doesn't matter. There is a reason people make links between the Shy and Baus. The Shy's been doing it for many more years and doing it to a world championship caliber standard. And the thing about a level 6 Renekton is that you just buy so much time. You buy so much time. The level 6 is not there from the Vi just yet. Uses the last tick of the Dominus and the last auto attack to take him down. Also gets the Talia ultimate, which means that IG feel emboldened to go towards topside, but they're a little too slow. They end up losing the kill the first time. Will say I think On makes a mistake in using his combo before the bullet time's been shown, so there's no cancel for there. It means that he's then stuck in a play without really the best ability to go towards that. Luckily, Elk gets a great kill combo to even things up.
2-2 in the bot lane in terms of kills. We'll note as well, though, IG did get the feat of martial mastery mark towards the full feat of defense, because they were the ones to get 3 kills just about first.
Now, I just want to say, someone in chat saying, when did Caedrel stream? And he said from the start of that play, the Shy wins that. I wanted to say, we also said that too. Turns out Renekton is really good in 1v2s around the level 6 mark. Turns out, that's something which people should know.
Oh man, he does silly things at level 6, does Renekton. It's away with it. Bin eating an early chunk in that trade as well, made it a little bit harder for him to step forwards and then wait. Doesn't have 6, doesn't have any CC, and the Shy goes, I'm having that. And did in fact have that.
So, we have, minor gold lead for IG, but we're saying the early skirmish is going to determine a lot. It's not quite, the knife hasn't cut one way or the other just yet. We're trading fairly evenly. The Renekton's not stupidly far ahead in terms of the overall gold. Does have the Eclipse, that will be an issue for Bin. He needs to make sure that he goes back for that item before the next big plays of the map happen. Ari has 2 Dark Seal stacks. Can be a problem. Has that Rod of Ages on the way, but doesn't, of course, have something like a Lost Chapter going in towards Malignance, which is a better earlier power spike. Knight really wants to get towards Seraphs. I think once Knight gets Seraphs, that's when he's really ready to roll. That's when he can actually start being a little bit more ballsy, trade 1 for 1 in terms of cooldown for cooldown. Also worth knowing, Wei actually getting quite far ahead in terms of individual gold too. Vi went ahead, can one-shot champions like these.
2 of 3, but doing a decent job in terms of farming. The Shy in danger has got a Dominus, but no flash. Teleport, trying to buy enough time, but I think he's just being knocked around too much. He can't get that much healing down with the Ignite in as well. Now Rookie is very deep, but a good flash will get a charm onto On, who immediately ults to cleanse it. Unbreakable Will now running. Try to get some work out. Mako finds a way to go and get in with the quickness, keeping them in the bullet time. Double flashes to staging. Rookie will have another charm available. Flashing to try and get
Pulverize!
the kills as they get the Pulverize. Still getting the kills. The Crescent Guard knocks people back out from under the tower in safety. Way in danger. They can't quite get the kill. Rookie had his ult timeout. And Bin is coming now as well. Watch how much he can do. He'll have the ult to work with and a flash. TP back in from the Shy.
Bin teleported in. He could have left himself alone. He was on topside alone. Chose not to teleport earlier into the play. I think he could have gotten plates topside. Instead, now the Shy will just get this for free. And once again, it's a 3 for 3 in bot side. The knife edge. We are walking along it again.
IG, I think in the end, get a little bit more value in terms of where they are and what they're doing. 4 kills now on this Misfortune. We'll have a look at this play again, because it starts with a jump on the Shy.
It does, because, the Shy doesn't have himself a flash. He can't get himself far enough away from the follow-up to space out the combo. It means that there's a guaranteed Ezreal on top of him. The Ignite comes through to cut the healing. Things get odd just a little beyond this point. On pops the ult, that is fine. I think Knight makes a mistake here. He puts down the E onto Mako, and that's fine. But you have to know Mako will follow up here. I guess Knight tries to do the calculation, says, look, they won't kill us immediately. Just, I think, misjudges the follow-up from IG. I think you can put down that E and flash out and leave things a little bit more easy. Choose to commit a little bit further. In fairness, they actually outplayed pretty damn heavily under the tower. I think then Bin probably should have stayed topside as well. Get some plates there.
6 stacks on the Dark Seal for the RE. 4-0-1 is this Misfortune. That's good news for the side of Invictus game. On the other side, though, this fight, pretty good spot herself. The problem is it's still IG. You get more of the plates. Will likely get this turret first of all, so that will be the feats of strength secured by Invictus Gaming.
So that's the extra bonus around for them. Knight getting some gold up here. BLG choosing to not fight for once in this game. Folks, this is what we wanted from these two teams. A bare knuckle, no holds barred fight between the two of these on a brawling level. Will be a continued 4-man push on the bot side. In a turret claimed and split between the members of IG. Knight will get a solo turret on top side, so more gold specifically over the Talia rather than split. There is an argument about, is it better to have all the gold, even if it's less amount of it, onto one person who can be a carry rather than split between people like Rakan, who doesn't really want to use that extra 200 gold in this case that effectively. Well, we'll see whether Knight can pay that back to his team.
That's the idea. Dark Seal stacking, Rod of Ages stacking, all good stacks as far as the Ahri is concerned. It is the Eclipse build on the Renekton as well. I'm not sure whether we've had that concept yet. We're going for a bit more of a dualist build rather than something like a Sun and Sky.
Yeah, we did mention it. We did mention it earlier when he had the Eclipse and the Ambassador didn't, because it's like, okay, if you're building the same item, maybe wait until you both have the item in case you're sat on components. Knight almost at hit, well, not almost at it, but he needs to get towards the Saras. They're currently on Vision. Maker has ult, no flash for a quick engage. They need to be careful here. How many people are going to roam over towards this play? They really want to play towards it, and now they realize something's up. They spot that ward, will back off safely. Vision control, of course, in such skirmish-heavy games can be incredibly important because you're looking for those odd wards which you wouldn't scout in your pre-game planning to say, well, this is how you stop a... this is how you track someone going towards this kind of play. That can be so important.
Still, we said IG need to be the ones with the feet on the pedal. BLG going even isn't bad news for them. They come online that little bit later, as we've kind of been talking about. And IG, yes, they're in the lead. Yes, it feels like we've got a slight edge here, but it's not game-breaking. And I do need to see over the next, say, 5 to 10 minutes, them pulling the trigger pretty aggressively, or the Renekton, Ahri, even to an extent, are going to start to get to the point where the range discrepancy, the full combo from BLG gets harder for them to manage.
Yeah, I think once we get to 2 items, if it's even, that's where IG start to plateau. I think 2 items is the last point where IG can be considered like even in terms of a compositional standpoint. Of course, that can change. You do have bullet time, which can suddenly turn a fight. A good enough Renekton stun, especially with a burst build, can turn a fight too. I'm not going to say they're out of plays. There's no hyper tank on BLG to stop you from flashing forward and getting good picks, but the game gets easier as it goes on for BLG in my eye.
I agree. They're in an okay spot themselves. Leaves us with a very tasty game state, make no mistake about it. 2 minutes until the next dragon, and Herald in 50 seconds. We see how aggressively both people want to play for that. Often at this level of play, people like it for the fact it can give you mid lane out of turret, which is otherwise quite hard to find a consistent way to break.
Dragon in a minute 30, 1 dragon apiece per team. Herald up in a 30-second cooldown as well. Level 11 hit for Bim. That's a huge point for Ambessa, because you do get to that 20% Omnivamp / lifesteal, and then your Shred as well. Wait, looking for steal on that? No. His Q's actually on cooldown. IG didn't spot that. There was potentially an opening there, actually. Mako has his flash back up. That is huge. Just coming up now. See that shaded box on his character's screen. Flash on this Rakan is so important. Very hard to stop a Rakan from engaging like that. If you put the Talia E onto them, they just flash out of it and engage onto you. Watch out for Mako in the next fight.
Great engage. The last time was just walked out of the E and then engaged. And the value was pretty huge. Earned a lot of flash himself. Everyone's flash is now pretty much back up for this fight as the Herald is spawned.
Yeah, we see both top laners keeping each other at bay and bot side. Bin gets a good trade there. The Shard looking for one back. They both have teleports. They can back off base and then look for a play. Thing is, fights happen so quickly. I think waiting for base for a fight can maybe be a little too long. Great trade from Bin. Doesn't want to give up too much of a trade after this. Trade puts it into the shield though. Bin winning out in the side lane, which means that he has the advantage now if he teleports directly from bot lane to the plane.
The idea is looking pretty damn good.
Way's heading towards bot lane. I wonder if they're trying to catch out the Shy again. Goes for the ult. Yeah, they're looking for extended play. Here comes Way.
Big execution comes on down. There's a Dominus. They're going to look for the season to assist. The healing's not bad, but it's still so much CC. There'll be more to work with. The big Q flash away, staying alive for now. Vault Breaker is missed. Now stuck under the turret, trying to find the autos. Can't do it. And the Shy gets out alive. And that means for the jungle on the other side of the map, IG should just have Herald.
Where there's a will, apparently there's a way out for the Shy as he outplays that player and dodges that last Q. They give up the Herald for it. BLG wanted to play the map and open up a bot lane tower. Bin had traded so well into the Shy. Wei just had to hit his goddamn last Q. Can't do it from that slippery snake in the bot side. Shy walks down to that. Forced out a flash. Knight unassisted. Manages to get a threat onto Jeje. But IG pull ahead in terms of the objective trade. They get the Herald and they get the Dragon.
Massive moment. You just get the flash. Actually, the Shy's going to try and interrupt the meta. Oh, been stopped. Oh my days, you can't do that. Will not have an ult, but gets the stun regardless. Looking for the empowered Q. And backs away. There was still a little bit of danger in terms of who else might be in the jungle, but it's another delay on that back from Bin.
Yeah, of course, with no flash on the Shy, he wouldn't be able to do it alone, but Bin doesn't have the information to know whether he is alone at that point, so yes, every right to be spooked there. Almost 1,000 gold head. The Shy is playing so well to soak up as much attention as possible. This is a style of play which I think veteran players fall more and more into. They're going towards it again. Now, this might be too far. Last time you did this, there were objectives on the map. He has Dominus coming up. He will clear the wave, so at least he's not going to be losing that. He will be dying for this wave, though. Goodbye, Shy.
He is trying his very best. Everyone's clapping in the audience. They know what's happening. Let's go kill the crocodile. Slices, dices. But will find no respite. I suspect he's healing and buying a lot of time. All the while Rookie is at least topside of the
well, no, this is the thing. It's actually a double lane push. So while we're saying, oh, there's no objectives up, it doesn't mean they don't get use of it. They get a gold lead across the map because they get the inner turret, the outer turret, and top of mid, and they get the Herald maybe in spot lane. No, not quite. Didn't get the angle. But still, IG using the fact that the Shy buys so much time, they can get free time on the map.
Oh, well, the Shy buys his death. Well, still 1,000 gold up despite being 1 and 3.
Someone cut it into a tape, show it to Baus. This guy's been doing it like you for so long.
You've been doing it like him. Is on, eating a lot of damage. Bullet time forces the ult. Cease and desist will put Mako into danger. Dies to the turret. Now waves the danger. Charm goes wide. We'll still make it a 1-for-1.
1-for-1. Double ults used by the bot lane and a heal used by Mako as well. Is there any kind of counterplay from BLG? Unlike BLG, they don't have that many counterpunches. Typically, they are the team doing what IG is doing to them, where there's someone dying in a side lane or being forced on, but actually you've got the tower pushes. BLG are typically so good at holding you accountable across the entire map, but IG really doing well here. This is, of course, still in the shadow of the Shy dying in bot side, but taking 4 members to kill him. An overinvestment from BLG perhaps in that bot side of the map. IG do trade 1-for-1 there, that's fine. And while all this is happening, the Shy is still ahead in terms of individual gold, so he's still going to be a threat in a 1v2 scenario, which is a problem for BLG. They don't really like that Renekton having so much presence on the map against Bin.
Yeah, definitely problematic. Of course, Mako dying there, probably didn't need to. I've somehow managed to get queued back into turret range and then cease and desist. So the vaunted Rakan mobility leads to very little there. Alright then, Knight gonna shove up towards this tier 1, finally claim that one you have to feel for the side of Billy Gaming. Down 2 turrets after this one goes down still, so from that map control, not fantastic right now for BLG.
I will say, Knight has now gotten 2 solo outer turrets. That is actually very scary for IG. I don't think they care, I don't think BLG care too much as long as Ezreal and Talia are relevant, because they are long range and IG have to invest a lot to reach them in 5v5. We haven't seen a 5v5 yet, really, besides, you know, the bot side play. There is a problem, of course, where you have a 3-1 and 2 Ezreal at the 2-item spike, who is still down 1,500 gold. Of course, you don't get to tell that by looking at the CS numbers and blah, 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 because you think, oh, you know, I'm doing well.
Enough, yeah.
But then you do look at the items and you're like, ah, those are really expensive items from Gala, and that's going to be nasty.
The F's on 2 now, right?
Which is close towards that Infinity Edge. So, Gala, Elk, Knight, they are all very, very strong heading into this next fight. Almost at the Rod of Ages breakpoint for Rookie as well, so he'll be a level ahead of where he is in the next minute. He'll be getting that free XP up there. Dragon in a minute 20. And we might see our first group fight of the game, actually. I mean, besides that bot lane frackers, which happened earlier.
Spoke about it, Rookie just went up to level 14. He's going to get jumped on. Of course, he's pretty tanky at this point, but he's not going to be tanky enough to survive that. You think flashes out, though, and stays alive for a moment. But, of course, they still lose Mako. Nice all-in from BLG.
Great stuff. Rookie does get out with his life, protects his stacks, but the problem with this build is your ult cooldown is much higher compared to the Malignance build. It's a quick play from BLG, does mean that the Shy won't get as much free time on this top turret. He still take down, well, actually, how much is he going to get out of this? Might have to force his ult from this. He's just used his E. He's just used all of his cooldowns, so he has ult, he has flash. Is that going to be enough to save him?
Dominus gets some time. He's got Shojin in the eclipse, so a lot of turnaround. Flashes away from the Q. Will have slice, dice, says Conqueror stack thanks to Dominus. Can now start to turn it around as the True Shot Rise lands on in and finally falls. Way picks it up.
Yeah, this is the problem now. So BLG, hang on, Knight just got hit from that in the brush. Very nearly combos Gala from out of vision. Atacon being forced. Remember, this is not the GA version. BLG might just say, look, we give this over. That being said, Knight does have a lot of shredded resist targets to go towards with a free combo, and BLG roaming down. IG, I think they're rightfully quite afraid because Bin could teleport in and force a 4v5 quite quickly. They couldn't kill the Atacon quick enough.
Not quite enough damage there, unfortunately. So it ends up being both solo owners of Invictus Gaming falling there, and
Solero, where's that going? Going to JJ, he has flash.
Think about finding his way over, he's stuck on the Unraveled Earth, knocked up and knocked down, surely as Lazarus comes across. Look at Rookie though, trying to find the charm. Knight in danger, staying alive. Rookie is stunned, finally gets over the wall, but Bin is TP'd in. Rookie now split off from his team, gets back over the wall, but Knight is there and waiting. Down goes the Fox Girl.
The rock splats the Fox. Dragon taken for BLG. Atacon stopped, and I think the game starts falling apart here from now. We said 2 items is where IG still kind of maintain a good hold in this game. But in terms of the compositions, I think at this point, going to even gold, getting even in Dragons, BLG have withstood the early game onslaught of IG. You cannot write off a team like BLG despite the fact that they lost that last split. They are filled with so many talented playmakers, and they love playing this quick, scrappy style of League of Legends where they're constantly giving you questions on the map. You must answer within short order or things fall apart. This is while the Shy is dead. Rookie gets caught off a little bit while he's trying to clean up the play too, and BLG pounce so quickly. This is their bread and butter.
They get themselves a Hextech Dragon, they get themselves Atacon, they get themselves into a great position in this game. Gold lead is not quite there. In fact, it is. They've got an even game state.
Yep.
It's kind of flickering between 100 gold one way or the other, but the point being, there is no longer a lead for IG. There is now a 1,000 gold lead for the jungle. You've actually got a lead in mid lane. This is starting to get scary for Invictus Gaming.
Yes, combo onto the Shy. Not great at dealing with that Talir. Take a lot of damage. This is where the Renekton starts to fall off compared to the Ambassador in the overall game state. You're still good in 1v2s, 1v1s, but I really feel like as soon as this game starts to open up, the next big play happens. Ambassador's just hit 2 items. Ambassador is not a fair champion on 2 items. IG need to be very aware that this is the point where BLG can start making more proactive plays again. They've already been making a couple here and there, but you need to be very afraid of Knight flying into the play, using that global in a way that only really Talir can. Has the Zhonya's on top of that too. You can even fly in quite recklessly towards Gala, pop the stasis if the bullet time turns back around on them. That might win them a fight. Bin, now it's his turn to be alone on one side of the map. Jed is going to walk forwards. They have a potential plan to go forwards. Waco can E and then W forwards.
There we go, there's the Audacious charge, looks to get the slow. 3 talents, striking wings, come lightning again, looking for the pick, can't quite get it. Bin finally beginning to dash away a little bit further, goes for the play, and now the Weaver's Wall's coming, but it's a good charm. It means Bin surely falls, redemption comes across. The healing though from Bin keeps him alive for so damn long. Rookie with a couple ult charges, but nowhere really to run. Finally gets a chance to go on forwards as they do bring down the Vi. Double kill to Rookie. JJ gets caught on the Unraveled Earth though, makes it an even 2-for-2 trade. Rookie at next to no HP will need to teleport back in.
On gets the stun there. Remember, this Renekton not actually fantastic without that flash. Elk is going to do so much work here. He's just going to run over the fight.
Just stopped. He doesn't keep it going. Ends up in a difficult position. Gala now running away. The Shy trying to slice away, but I don't know how much this dice roll will matter. Auto WQ is enough from Elk to bring down the Crocodile. How did Gala cancel his own ult?
I think he was just afraid. I think he was afraid maybe of a play coming in from a flash with Talir. We'll have to watch back the replay. Didn't see the micro of it, but BLG start to pull ahead. They'll take down the mid lane out of turret. It will become a gold lead for them for first time this game, question mark. Been hard to track that one. It's been close all the way through. And it really does feel like beyond the 2 items, BLG have found their feet in the composition, and IG struggling to answer now.
The Shy, where early the deaths made some sense, 1 and 5, now it's not what you want. It's very the Shy, but it's not what you want.
That top lane play, I even think that Bin made it a little bit harder for BLG than they needed to. We'll go back to a replay of this state. Does really well to avoid the initial play, knowing that Ambassador has a bunch of different dashes, and Mako shorts his W so close. Here's where things go weird though, because you know Talir's coming in, flies in and basically self-CCs himself because Ahri knows the landing point. It's a typical point of Ahri versus Zed as well. If you know where they're going to land, it's a free charm. Manages to make sure that the Ambassador doesn't just rule this fight. They take them down and does make it initially 1 for 2. problem after that point, though, is that your carries are the ones which, combined between the two of them, have lower HP. Elk has nothing to worry about now. And Gala walks up. What happens here? No, you know what? Completely right. He just completely cancelled his own ult. I will say, don't think it would have made that much of a difference. It's an ulting Alistair, and Elk was out of the play. I actually don't think it's awkward, is what it is. I don't think it actually has that much substance to it.
I think he had Infinity Edge though, so I don't know. Even then, it would have taken to lucky crit. It's rough though, and you're right. The term's awkward. Does it stop Elk killing someone? I don't know, but it does speak to a mindset, right?
Yeah.
You can't have that kind of thing happen. Hextech Dragon spawns in 45 seconds. I think we're going for the roll of the dice, aren't we?
Yeah, so IG, what's the plan? Can they force themselves a big play? Sam has highlighted, oh, it's my favorite item in the game. Knight has a Medjais. Nothing says let's brawl and show who the real favorites are than getting the snowball item below 10 stacks. Knight, 7 stacks on the Medjais, knows that with the Zhonya's being built, partially built with that Seeker's Arm Guard, he can get one good fight and snowball into the heavens afterwards. Knight has been given so much gold by his team, and I think he's feeling confident with it.
Who face checks from IG at this point, because the Shy is just not tanky. JJ can, but it'll cost
Rookie's teleporting in. Rookie's teleporting in. Where is his angle? Going in behind the team. No secondary angle right now. That's a problem, because it's a level 11 Alistair. Knights hidden in that brush, out of control ward, holding off one of these angles. Both carry some IG on one side of the fight. That's a problem. You don't want both your Ara carries in the same side. Dragon's going down very quickly. They're not even going to be able to contest. It's gone.
Can they find the fight afterwards? Goes way looking for an angle, but finds a 1v1 with JJ. The rest of BLG now looking to come on over. The Weaver's Wall comes on down. Charm just shot. Mako misses again, but so does the public execution.
It was the E from Talia, stops the engage, and IG are left out of position. The Shy is left out of position and turned into a handbag.
Yes, that's another bit of clothing for the wardrobe. Away from that one. Oh, when Riot Games are we doing a collaboration with some bag makers for an Exum themed handbag?
Right.
Enough. BLG now on the retreat. Should be able to get out of here. IG think about moving towards the top side. Are we barrening?
I don't know what they can do. They have to get their waves in order. Somehow, someway, they need to get their waves in order. There was a moment there where I wondered whether there'd be a flash charm onto Ari. I don't think they had the damage available, particularly with the Seekers, though, up and ready for it. BLG now have Soul Point. They get the attack speed and they get the cooldown reduction from that. That is very disgusting, actually, on all of these champions who are all auto-weavers at points. I suppose besides the Talia, really, and everyone else really does that. Even the Alistair does it for his E combo with the trample. On, speaking of that, left line right now has his ult, so he's actually safe to do this, and he can turn around for a combo now. That's actually a little scary.
On just got to walk in a straight line. Now she goes looking for a play, but JJ now finds the Crescent Guard pushback. Charm lands. Bullet time after it's brutal. They've killed off Elk. He's dead. They've got the Ezreal. Ari beginning to reset. Gets on top of Knight, who tries to get the Unraveled Earth down, but it's too close. There's no Earth to unravel. But the birth you're digging up for your own grave. We head towards Baron, and IG looking for more.
Wade's caught out as well. Is he been seen? IG might have found the play which turns the game. Elk and On make a disastrous mistake. Even with the Alistair ultimate, they can't keep themselves alive. And now it is On Way alone. Is he around? No, he's backed. He's not going for a steal. IG will get the Baron against the run of play due to some awful mistakes there from Elk and On in the river.
That's ridiculous, and Gala picks up so much of the gold. Watch this ultimate.
On is out of position at the start of it. I don't mind going for this at the start. Great flash forward from JJ. This is insane. But the other thing is, On uses his combo again before the bullet time is used. On has not been doing good at keeping Gala accountable. Knight is out of position then at that point too, because he knows his front line and his back line are in such a dire straits.
Also, call it out, JJ flashes over the Seismic Shove and Unraveled Earth. Knight just gets no value with none of his cooldowns. It's massive. Yeah. It's massive. It's massive. And then when your front line, your area denial, your dash denial is gone, JJ gets to find moments like that.
And now Knight has all the pages torn out of his book.
Boy.
Rookie has 10 in his. We did say Magic Guy's best item for Ari in the game. Gives you a bunch of ability to snowball, gives you move speed, which allows you to chase down for charms. Suddenly IG, despite us thinking, well, you know, beyond 2 items, it's a problem for them. They find that opening. No game is completely done just by draft, folks. Especially in games like this. With the Baron push coming in, the gold very much in their favor now. Swung around about a lot. BLG now left on the back foot.
Gala 505 with 4 items done, expensive items on this Misfortune. No one tanks the MF ult this game. You look at the Ari as well at those 4 items. Yeah, she's gone for a bruiser build, but she can really keep rolling. As maybe though a big engage on Mako means he just dies. This Rakan consistently picked off again.
Yeah, this happened the last time Mako played the Rakan 2 just the other day versus FPX. Did feel like he was easier to pick off, and once again that happens. That will allow another play to come through. They have a 4v5. What can they do with it? They don't stop. The Heskate coming out. Knight so close. True Shot Barrage hits. I don't think they can chase through the Make It Rain. The slow from the Misfortune saves any further violence coming through towards IG.
Get a single turret off this shot though, I think, IG, which is not great. Wanted more out of the Baron, but Mako dying there was a little problematic. I'm hoping we get a replay, because I think he just got blind hit with an ult.
Minute until Dragon now. That would be Hextech Soul for BLG, so let's focus in on that one. IG, great item breakpoints that we talked about before. This Misfortune has been absolutely shredding teamfights, I think mainly because BLG have actually not been cancelling that ultimate very well. However, all it takes is one Flash Fire ultimate, which should be up in time for that objective. Same kind of thing with the Flash Alistair combo. Maybe the game turns on that. Knight still has the Seeker's Arm Guard. Incredibly important item breakpoint for him. 40 seconds. IG have control of the river right now, but there is a great flanking ward behind IG if BLG want to use it.
Ben's just bought and popped an Elixir of Wrath.
Yep.
Spent that and got a Null Magic Mantle as well. He wants the raw damage on this Mbessa now.
Okay, so clearing wards coming through. Charm lands onto Bin. Damage. That's going to be a bit painful. He needs to find a way to... If he hits a wave, he will get some Omnivamp for it. 20 seconds till Dragon. Now, BLG, do they choose to contest this? They don't have to. Be another Dragon over towards IG. Maybe they feel like they can wait it out. Maybe they feel like this is not the best position. They are not obligated to take this, but it is BLG. You might find an angle.
This time, it's IG with control in the river, with all of the wards denied. Another charm from Rookie. Decent long plays with the Leandry's build here as well, so can look to just keep finding incremental moments. Dragon started.
Going down to half HP. BLG, can they find another angle? The Shy has flash, is on an angle.
Way spotted out. Wall comes on down, not the best ever, but it's meant the Gala's caught under the back of the pit. They all go diving on in, but Gala flashed out to the back end of it. Way looking to get on top of anyone else.
Gala's down!
And Gala is down 1,000 gold, but Way's not in the pit. They've got the Dragon, they've got the Ambessa. Now On's in danger too. They bring him down, they killed off Gala, but still lose 2 and still lose the Dragon.
It's not Soul for IG. It's not even in the kills. It's 2 for 1, but BLG at least get the shutdown onto the Misfortune. It's more gold for the single kill compared to Bin and On going over, who had lessened the KDA. Baron belt play from earlier, not, I suppose, the biggest thing in the world, but BLG don't get exactly what they came for. This is, however, a good moment to show, of course, you know how you can shut down their MF. Problem, actually, another side thing I just noticed there. Ari picks up more stacks, 18 stacks on the Magi's. That may become very, very important later. Gala chooses not to flash early, knows that if he flashes there, chances are that there might be a follow anyway. He wants to flash over the pit. Sadly, not enough to get him away from all of the mobility. And sadly, Bin and On are left alone in the pit. It has been a roller coaster, folks. And if you're a fan of either of these teams, how's your blood pressure doing?
Mine's not great currently.
Oh, I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. Knight, 2,000 gold behind Rookie, picked up both of those kills in last play. 8, 1, and 5 on the Ari. One of my favorite Ari players in the world. Such a powerful build, and he's going forward again. Way caught.
No.
Out has no flash, has an ult, but all he is food for the carrion crows.
Nice work. Rookie finds another pick. That's JJ who gets the kill confirmed as well. 20 stacks now in the book.
This Ari is so strong, and BLG, they've been on the back foot for a lot of this game. That throw in the top river is going to haunt Elk and On. Felt like BLG were in such good control. There's a QSS on Elk now. He has 4 items. This Ezreal is very, very powerful. But it feels like IG have been winning through the front line. The Vi dies quicker than the Xin Zhao. And I think the Renekton, even though he's 1 and 6, is buying up so much random space. BLG are not able to cleanly find their way through these teamfights and onto the carries.
Don't get me wrong, BLG consistently picked off the Shy. Mako as well, I think, has had a rough time in terms of staying alive. But those picks haven't been on the Ari, haven't been on the Misfortune, who've done so much work across the back ends of these fights that a single pick isn't quite enough for BLG at this point. They need more. Mercurial Scimitar now finish them out. It's been a little while since they've seen that item in pro.
Yeah, well, he had needed the QSS against the Rakan Charm, so he can immediately QSS and E back out of that engage from Mako. Yes, he's been caught off a lot, but as we saw with Gala, all it takes is one time for that combo to land and your teamfight ends very, very quickly. Right, 2.5 minutes until Hextech Dragon, which will be sold for each of these teams, spawns. Baron is alive. Now IG have vision control pretty much across all of the important parts of the rift. They have to use the Ezreal to check brushes like this. They will spot 2 people moving that. They don't see the Ari, which is kind of spooky at this point. Ari is actually at a point where she can one-shot.
Looking for something here on Hextech flashes the other way.
Go.
This is on the Gala, knocks aside people as Knight's looking for the engage, but the quickness prevents the easy follow-up. Wade's now in danger. Public execution on the backside from Bin, but there's a redemption healing everyone back up. IG still all standing. Bin going the other direction. Charm onto Elk, immediately scimitars to get the way out to safety. Gala gets Bin. Bullet time after. Ensures so much damage and the burn is there.
Elk,
Look, Elk finding an angle, trying to get the guy unraveled earth as well. They do pick off Gala on the misfortune. The damage from that Ezreal so heavy. The Raptors bought so much space. Elk got body blocked by Raptors.
BLG have got the memo. Stop Gala from team fighting. You just throw everything at him, and yes, it costs the lives of the front line again, but the carries of Knight and Elk do get good work done. Rookie does walk away from that play with 25 stack Magi's. He's feeling happy about things, but it is scary as hell trying to keep this misfortune alive. You can see what IG are planning to do. It's something which I like to call full contact team fighting. When someone jumps on your carries, you jump forwards and you jump back on them. You can see Jeje and the Shy trying to do that in turns as well. Elk uses that Mercurial Scimitar to good value there as he does get Charm through out of it. The fact that the MF is put out of the perfect position allows Elk and Knight to use their range very, very effectively. Very nearly gets a double shove there to end the fight.
And there's Raptor Pit blocking some stuff super valuable. Can't quite get the kills they need. It ends up being a very even state of affairs. The problem is this Ahri is so strong with the Crypt Bloom now done as well.
Yeah, Ahri is in full flight. We do have Guardian Angel on Gala. That is the most important item on the Rift now, because this Gala at 6 and 2 is so strong. Maker caught out. Here comes the Weaver's Wall again. Do they have enough summoners? I don't know. Here comes Knight.
Knight has gone so deep, he's dead!
Knight's just gone way too deep, and that's one of the carries down. It's on Elk. He get cleanses away, and they have to reset the fight, but without their mid laner with 20 seconds on Dragon. I don't know if they knew that IG were all around the corner.
It all goes wrong, and now, hang on, they're turning it around with the Shy, who's getting a public execution, but Mako gets a grand entrance and knocks them all up. They finally brought the Shy down. What about the turnaround damage? Locket shield is good. Bullet time onto On. Even with the Unbreakable Will is breakable enough. They're trying to run to Bin, but on the side, Gala in a 1v1 with Elk, and he's losing. Needs to get away. Has got the GA. Popped down. The rest of IG have left the misfortune out to die. Here comes IG, trying to buy some taste. The battle! Elk is doing his best work. He gets knocked up by the 3 Talon Dragon's Bin coming on over as well. They continue to keep on bouncing. Elk is the mightiest creature in the forest.
Turning Invictus Gaming into Invictus Roadkill. Elk's horns are so damn sharp. They will take the Hextech Soul and get ahead in this game.
I can't believe it. They all went running after Bin. And Elk just jumps Gala.
Rookie even has his ultimate force there again. Elk's not even done. 10, 2, and 10. G2 felt this at Worlds. This Ezreal is so goddamn Chinese right now. The Baron gonna get taken down after the Hextech Soul. If you were not entertained enough by the magnificent series of T1 Genji earlier, well, I hope you've got more in stock, folks, because BLG IG have got it here ready waiting for you. What an insane game between two of our most strong teams in the region.
All right, chat, someone out there's going to have to go clip that fight because that was remarkable. It starts with Knight overplaying to crash out Mako and Rookie, and he dies. It is then a 5v4, and Invictus Gaming try to pull and push as far as they can.
It is so clutch. They just lost the Talia. Rookie Knight overplays it. Elk gets the free fire. Gala wasn't in position. I don't think IG knew that BLG were going to go slap them back as soon as they lost one of their carries, and Gala wasn't in place for a bullet time. Now the bullet time's gone. Misfortune does not win against an Ezreal without the bullet time. Elk sees the opportunity. The team leaves him out to dry. It feels like Gala is very disconnected from his team in this series of events. Great, but Ezreal ult charged up while the revive is coming through, and we're gonna fight on top side. The Shy, not looking too healthy there.
And there's a Hextech Soul and a Baron to IG's team. Oh my god, Elk!
17,000 damage team fight from Elk. I have never seen damage numbers in a team fight that high. That's
got to be edging on a world record.
That might be a world record from the games which I've seen. It is hard to beat that.
17,000 damage in a single team fight. That is insane.
That is
but on
absurd.
towards, trying to go pick up the charm, but again, QSS there, Arcane Shift away.
Rookie's ult is down. It's level 18. It's low cooldown than it was, but still. That's a cooldown which Rookie won't have for the next while. Gets another charm.
Will now ult as well. That's 2 big cleanses out of the bar.
When I saw it just from the cleanse, I thought, well, all right, maybe not great if there's another fight force, but the Alistair ult now is a problem. Bin doesn't have flash. This could be an issue.
He gets into a 1v4, will die. taken out, even with the Hexol. On the other side, they're trying to break into the inhibitors. They will get the inhibitor turret, but nothing more.
BLG not cleanly pushing with this Baron. Still up plus 3k. Get some control across the map. They have far better wards now than they've had for the entirety of the rest of this game. I am so glad this game is delivering. This is the first time we've seen Invictus Gaming against BLG this year. We saw the IG Super Team come out of this offseason and we thought, okay, we might have something fun, but is it going to have substance? And then we saw the start of the split. IG started to show us a little bit more. But BLG have been so dominant here in the LPL for the last year, they had to show it against them. And by God, is it entertaining.
That is just magic, isn't it? Both bot laners have had great time. We've had a 3k gold flip in bot lane. Miss Fortune was 1.5 ahead. Ezreal's just turned it to him. He sold boots.
Ezreal sold boots and got a GA. Gala has sold GA and got a Seekers, so he has a stasis for the last fight. Both these AD carries know if they get a clean team fight, that could be it. Could shove onto JJ.
He's in danger, puts the Crescent Guard down, stays alive, but that is the ultimate broken. Stays alive. Oh, well-timed Elk as the Crescent Guard dies and nearly kill off JJ.
Nasty stuff. That Hextech Salt, giving that chain lightning through the wave, is so nasty. Rookie gets a charm, but because of the pathing, doesn't go towards the base gates and goes out of the queue. Second inhibitor down. Let's go a little while until objectives are up. BLG with that Hextech and with the range on the Hextech, threatening to pick off IG just in these transitionary states now when they're trying to move between lanes. Put down vision.
If Elk doesn't die, the team fight feels winnable for BLG. That's just the way it is. He is so strong. Knight in danger here, is on the blue buff. Should be okay with the rest of the team around. Mako is just looking on in. They're trying to play for grub here. Farsight Alteration will spot out Rookie, who now knows what's going on. Was paying attention elsewhere, you have to imagine. And it's hit by a True Shot Barrage as a result. The Shy in the base clearing the wave has a TP if he wants to join, and is next to the Hex Gates.
And I really want to say this, folks. The Shy is 1-8. He did his job. He was meant to buy time in the early game and give chance IG to snowball the rest of the map. I think he's done his job. This is a good 1-8 for what happened in the early game. Problem was, rest of the team, I don't think held up the end of the bargain and ended up somehow not quite holding on to that lean through the mid game. It has been way back and forth. It's very hard to put BLG to the sword, as IG have sadly found out. And now the Shy is in a point where, yeah, he's a late game Renekton with a lot of items, but it's just not the same. And Mako is caught out.
Oh boy, Mako pulls away, stays alive this time, hits important. And again, the Shy, the early game deaths were great, but as the mid game went on, we started to get worried about Mako dying, about the Shy dying, and nothing coming out of them. It's led to a fantastic late game state. A little note from Molly in chat says there was one
22,000 damage team fight from Jackula.
That's the one.
Against an Ocean Soul in 22 summer. Okay, all right.
Do.
That's quite hard to do.
do.
Wow, I thought, wow, 70,000 damage. Is that going to be beaten? Turns out it can be beaten when you're Zeri in a Zeri meta.
2022 Zeri. What a time that was.
What you're looking at here on the bottom side of the map, by the way, bottom side of your screen, the 67.9 versus the 64.1 is the combat stats spent on each side. Worth noting, IG have an extra cap to that because they have the feats of strength, which allows them to spend 750 gold on their boot upgrades as well. Kind of think of it like an Ornn item. I think, though, the Hextech Soul is more valuable in this game, which adds on, again, extra scaling factor. Of course, you can see they go across the team. They can slow down there. It's Celestial Opposition taken away. Shadow Flame completed the last item for Knight. Maybe just wanted that quick item spike to get up to full build for what could be, well, I'm going to say it's the game decider. I think it has to be that now, right? 20 seconds on Elder. IG can still win a fight. Good enough bullet time. Good enough Zhonya's coming through from Gala as well. You have that Seekers and inventory. Elk jumps forwards. That Hextech Soul's so scary.
44 kills in 45 minutes. How are we on that number? Before, at about 42 minutes, we just had a quiet breather, which I've liked. I've needed it. It's been a long day. We get longer still. 3 seconds on the Elder. BLG are the ones in position.
See that Knight? Knight was actually scared of the vision there. Great pickup onto JJ. Ult forced.
Does get the ult down, but does it matter? Gets a lot of healing redemption back. Now they get the charm onto the back line, trying to get onto Bin, who will not die, has a GA of his own. Turns it around with the public execution. They've got so much damage. JJ finally got the Hextech ult. As Gala is dead, lightning crashes. And Billy Gaming will ensure that their namesake is true. Railgun through the backline of IG.
BLG find the picks onto IG as they try to contest the Elder. It won't even get taken. Rookie going to just have to run back to his Nexus.
We asked for something close. We asked for a brawl. 2 of our very best teams in the region going all out to win the game. We got it. It delivered. And it's BLG that come out just on top in game 1. And what do you know, guys? We're blessed. We get another round of this yet.
First Nexus falls in favor of Billy Gaming. They won the 1v1 for side select and they
of it.
side for the Shy. And it will be Jason to Corki. Corki wins that 1v1 in mid lane. Handshake on stage, the fist bumps rather. Aurora looking to be tank shredding in top lane. We'll get ourselves into game 2 of this. Again, first time we are seeing these two teams face off against each other this year. The super team of IG, of course, caught the hearts and minds, really, of many an LPL fan, with old legends returning to the team. BLG, the current overlords, did lose that first split, but a lot for them to be recovering after losing that first split. After Top Esports went ahead of them. BLG typically haven't been the best regular season team either recently.
No.
It hasn't stopped them here. BLG, clean 2-0 yesterday. Not a clean game 1, but they're against tough opponents. IG want to bounce back with their side choice this time on blue side and force a game 3.
Do it though, with this pretty stressful state of affairs, so make no mistake about it. No mistake about it. Off we go. BLG looking for a little bit of invade of their own. Get some wards down. Set the Shy up for success, and you're right, it is going to be that Jace flexed mid and the Aurora who can build the Leandries a bit more freely into that Scion. What's the Jace matchup into the Corki actually? I assume just with the range you can potentially make Corki's life a little bit trickier.
No, I was talking about this at the end of the draft. In mid lane particularly, Corki wins the 1v1. It's why Corki is so good in our 1v1 matchups when we see them for side selection. Corki with Conqueror and the Gatling gun, particularly early on, can start with the Gatling gun. Walkie, doesn't matter that the Jace has 2 forms, you get all of your resist shredded, and with you taking Conqueror and Jace not taking that now, Corki wins the extended trades, and we'll see Knight try and get the best of that. Starting to the Foss Bomb, get some poke there, does outrange with that. Of course, Jace, even when he's in range form, his regular auto attacks don't outrange the Corki. Bot lane, of course, we are seeing that poke virus coming out from Elk. Basically, Ziggs picks up farm. There are some ways to punish if you get a good satchel and good CC from the Ziggs. Varus not running teleport. Sometimes you do see that once the cleanse versus Leona into the late game. Gets the hook down there. Make up some turn things back. No, but the bomb does return a little bit of damage.
Be the idea. As Elk and On doing their best to match. Then again, as he's noted, it's Elk with the Comets. It'll be the poke Varus and trying to trade out that kind of range discrepancy well enough from both supports. Similar kind of concept as champions, namely being engaged tanks. Nautilus a little bit more on the CC front, Leona a little bit more on the tank front. Lands the hook, but that's under turret On, so not sure about that, but the damage back is still very good, and I stand very swiftly corrected as a Titan's Wrath shield. It's more than enough to make Mako's life pretty hellish.
Yeah, the Nautilus, strong tank in the early lane. Gets less tanky when you're behind the game later. But for now, we'll do enough. So push in from BLG's bot lane. Pantheon pathing topside once again. Oh, that's a satchel on a turret. There are minions still there, though. Takes 1 turret shot from not... Well, in fact, doesn't even take that. So the minions helping out on that. Would have been a great satchel if the wave was cleared. Not to be. Rookie gets to push in a little bit here. Maybe Knight... Knowing that the Pantheon has better going to success there. Elk flashes forwards, gets himself a last auto attack. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. The cookie burning, and Mako heals up with that nice sweet snack in the back pocket.
On's going to look for Mako. I don't think spots him quite.
No, just out of vision. Just out of vision there. Gala left alone there now. Elk does blow the flash importantly. Knight jumping forwards, using that Conquer, using the level advantage too. Getting good damage on to Rookie, forcing him back. IG had the winning lanes last time, not to be in this one. Bot lane, winning for BLG. Mid lane, winning for BLG. Allows Lilia to get off the ground, and I will say, Wei's best champion maybe is that Lilia too. Go back to the replay of this. Ward already in Tribrush. So what happens here? Does On flash over as well? No, he just walks up, knows that the Ziggs isn't going to help him. Hits the hook, max range. Elk follows off over for the W. Very nearly gets that kill. That cookie saves his life.
Man. I mean, they've nerfed cookies over the years, not quite as strong as they once were, and even still, they are very potent if you use them right. There's been some debate about whether you could be going for other options in the rune choices, but you can sometimes see why Players that like to knife fight like that additional bit of sustain when it matters. Game 1 was already one of those back and forth affairs I've had chance to witness in League of Legends in quite some time. Back at it again in Game 2. Slight edge in that bot side, obviously, to BLG, who forced the ugly reset from Mako, but they did burn the flash on Elk, whereas Gala still kept his, so you never know.
Well, no, they didn't burn the flash on Elk. Elk burned the flash on Elk.
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
let's phrase this.
That's fair.
Let's phrase this right. And this is the thing which LPL bot lanes pioneered many years ago, which is sometimes you burn your flash to get a advantage in lane. You use that summon to say, look, I'm going to have control over here. Now that's what they've managed to do. Get a CS lead over onto Elk, which led to bit of an XP lead as well. Yes, there is a teleport on Garlus. It's not forcing him out of lane, but it stops him having as much presence in it. Interesting thing here. Now, there is a plate which has been taken by the Shy. Bin hasn't dropped that much XP, though, and has managed to stay up in terms of farm mostly. So the Scion not feeling too bad about the Aurora match. Of course, it gets worse because, for those of you that don't know about the Aurora, Aurora's passive is really what makes hanging second jumping forwards, by Knight getting the XP advantage. Not going to lead to much more than that, but the Observer zoomed in, so I thought I should be intense about it. Basically, Aurora is very good into tanks because her passive, when you get 3 hits between your abilities and then your auto attacks, applies a heal to you and move speed, which means that if you hit a tank with your stuff, you get to chase them down for forever. You run the grasp, you end up running whatever the hell items you want, but basically you just continually get to chase them down, and tanks never get to disengage.
Doesn't it also do percent HP damage where, like, she's got deceptively high damage from it as
well?
Oh,
something like... Well, that's when you go for Leandri's.
Yeah,
hang on. Knight's getting good damage here. Flashback.
And Knight's in danger. The shield vault over the good Valkyrie, though. Still not going to be enough. The H so comes on through and gives enough move speed. Knight flashing out to safety. The Comet Spear just wide, but Mako's there. Looking for the shield of Daybreak. Allows an accelerated shot blast to bring down the Corki. Wago's looking as he watch out, eats forward, but will eat a shield. I think Mako's
There's a flash
run away.
shot on. There's a flash shot on. Can they do anything with that? Rookie, if they can stop the resets, maybe get something. Here comes the Scion. The train coming through, but not going to get the angle.
Rookie trying to get on out, gets enough speed. They're trying to find an angle. Still on, hits the wall. Dredge line in the miss.
Oh, turn the TV off. I don't want to see it anymore. On misses the dredge line. It's a great insect back, or the budget version of it, from the Jace hammering blow. Goes straight into that Flash Pantheon, which puts Knight down for first blood. Great play from Rookie to make sure that Knight goes down there. It will remove Jeje Rookie's kind of presence from the map, though, because they have to take this long retreat. Does mean that all the grubs are going to go over to the side of BLG. No contest here, but come on. You've got to hit that hook. That should have been one back.
That's rough, and IG get away with literal murder. We'll have a look at the start of this play because it begins with Rookie going all in to knock Knight back towards JJ with a wonderful thundering blow, and JJ flashes for the shield vault, but it's well buffered with the Valkyrie. Aegis Assault gets some speed. You think, oh, Knight's gotten out of here, but Mako on the roam helps set that one up. We're back to live, though, as there's an incoming Grand Star falling. Nelk has to flash away. Now wait, got a Lilting Lullaby, the shield vault over the wall puts the Lilia in danger, flashes away, will Lilting Lullaby, but well buffered through, honestly, by the Leona in trade, but Mako now in danger as the arrow, you're right, is fantastic. Between worlds goes the Shy, and they will still go 1-for-1, supports both traders. JJ in danger has been doing a lot of work. Way still alive, the Shy trying to get some orders, goes across the veil. Mecha Inferno Bomb makes Way's life absolutely hellish, as JJ in danger, trying to buy some time. Where is the Aegis Assault? Gets a massive Mortal Will option, has been just alive. Oh, from Elk!
Elk cleans up 1 kill to make it an even trade.
Yes, 2 for 2, I believe.
2 for 2. Yeah, we'll go for that. The first blood went on to Knight earlier on. And folks, we are down to scrap again. So who's coming out of this ahead? 1 kill over to Rookie, of course, from the earlier play on to Knight. 2 kills to a poke Varus is a problem for IG. No one wants to be dealing with a fed Varus. That is a problem. Of course, this play comes through at the end of the grub take. Mako kind of spotting them, leaving the scene of the crime. Wei has flash, has level 6. On does use his hook and his, he gets the aftershock down. Elk does well to avoid the initial engage. I think if that initial play lands onto Elk, I think that pretty much ends the play. Instead, Wei's the one that sticks around. You don't have mid laners at this play. Neither of them kind of able to join into that one. Elk is the big damage coming in from BLG. He gets himself a second arrow through this, which ends up getting a huge amount of damage. Of course, linked onto the Lilia ult for the extra pop of damage, which helped an awful lot. Ziggs ult a lot there too, catching both the outer edges onto 2 different people. Does end up just about being a 2 for 2.
Indeed, Elk just fights the blind arrow. That's wild. Keeps us in a very interesting game. So IG, though, with the slight gold lead, of course, and they do get that mark of martial mastery, which is nice towards the feats of strength. It's up. The Dragon now to match the grubs that BLG got earlier. Could be a big deal. Of course, when you're into a Ziggs, giving up grubs to Ziggs.
Oh, hook lands onto Mako. Has that flash, but has to flash away from the Varus ultimate. That one's going to be down as Dragon is started by IG. Knight round the corner. Fairly strong here, actually, the level 8 on the core key. I think IG needs to be a little bit afraid here.
8 seconds on Lilting Lullaby. Hook goes wide. That's another flash blown as Gala had to burn his. Into the backline goes Mako. Another Mega Inverted Bomb makes Elk's life absolutely hell. They keep jumping for more. Will bring down Elk. Lilting Lullaby.
Here comes Sion.
In comes Sion. The damage is massive as they bring down the jungle and support. On is beating up Gala as well. And BLG just come away with more.
On hooks Gala back in for another round as BLG continue the fight in mid lane. Way and Knight have a lot of damage. Rookie jumps forward trying to disengage the play, but he might have put himself into the death chamber. Decimating smash goes forwards. And Rookie goes down. No, he lives.
Looming blows in the dream, just not quite enough. The Shy still under tower. He's trying to clear the wave. Why is he still here? Can he get a shock blast onto Knight? Wait for it.
Chooses not to. Chooses not to. But Pantheon goes in instead. Jeje has flash. Can he find anyone?
Can you see the Sion recalling? Throws the Combat Sphere, faces the retreat on that one, does not get the reset. Flashing, just now he's in danger himself as Mako can go looking forward with the Zenith play of the action. Just keeps rolling. Knight doesn't want to leave the play. Can start to throw frost bombs over the wall, but on now in danger. Flash away. Where is Mako? Elk's also here. Put back, and the violence continues until morale improves. Teleport in from bin. Welcome to the garbage dump, folks. Everyone's going in the trash. Sion is here, and the violence is still going to go to Mr. Decimating Smash. And Hill to blast code out to safety. The Hysteria Horizon has officially been breached.
If you don't love the LPL, I don't know what to tell you. Another teleport in. Knight going towards bot side. Gala satches the turret, but it means he doesn't have a satchel to save his own life.
Teleport.
Yordle on Yordle violence as Knight tries to take down Gala. Teleport in from Jace, though, who has flash, makes things safe for Gala. At least Mako roaming across the map. A blast cone should be able to save him, and he does have a Valkyrie. He has flash too. This shouldn't be a kill onto Knight. Dodges out on the Zenith Blade, and now Knight is safe.
I genuinely wonder when he altered that blast cone whether he might have gotten rid of his only opportunity out, but he's just out of range of the Zenith Blade and guessed to stay safe.
Had the tier 2 boots, was safe. We have had about 2 to 3 minutes of constant, unending violence. BLG, Dragon, 6 grubs, and about even gold.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Despite, violence will continue until morale improves. Oh, Jesus Christ. It is not ending. If there is a hook, does not land onto the Shy. There is a depth charge. That's going to be the passport or not putting that into the play. And it does look like IG have a significant lack of teleports to use here on, going to be shuffled out of that top lane turret.
Gala now looking for a potential chunk onto Knight, who does not enjoy those bombs. JJ's coming as well. He just satchelled him into the wall. Knight's in danger, has to flash away from the bomb. And the Comet Spear just shy by the rank, but the Raptor's doing damage to him. Reset's coming on through between worlds, just silence, just reset. Elk's now in a 1v2 as they keep on going. Elk, Chains of Corruption, Flash, Cleanse should be okay, but maybe forced to burn something more. Gets to walk away.
I cannot believe what I'm witnessing on my team.
I absolutely can.
It's been a year or two since the LPL was just utter fiesta like this. And it just so happens here in the good Lord's year of 2025 that happens between two of our top teams. Billy Gaming, Invictus Gaming have left nothing left to be spared in terms of mechanical outplays. They have been pouncing on every opportunity. I will say though, on the whole, back's going to be stopped. I think that one isn't actually going to lead to balance for the first time in a long time. I think BLG are still coming out on top. They're not that far behind in gold. You're a little bit scared of the Aurora going onto the Rod of Ages and getting gold early. However, BLG have the 6 grubs. They have themselves the Hextech Dragon. If this keeps being scrappy, BLG take down towers so easily, it's a problem. Pantheon ult comes in onto Elk, has Cleanse, has Flash, can maybe get out.
It's a corruption used. Mako is the one target on that. Ult for ult in the grand scheme of things. Dredgestein lands though, as On has just been heat-seeking today. H still comes on through into the depth charge across 2. And JJ on the Sion coming on up. Rookie gets 1. The damage back is brutal. Solar Flare onto 1. Does some damage. The Knight gets to the sky, to the wind. He comes on through and Rookie gets another. Flash over the wall away is now in danger as well. The Lilia deer hunting season. Burned out. Triple kill for Rookie. Bin gets 1 back. But now he's in a 1 versus 3. The Shy trying to burn him down. Sion, roar of the Slayer he might have, but he may well well just be slain. Weirding comes on through. Shield of Daybreak. My god, he's tanky. His Mako is in danger. Surely they just kill him now as they miss a few skill shots. He's under the tower. Finally, the Weirding brings him low.
Bin doesn't stick around for the passive. I wonder whether he could have got some kills in the zombie form. But IG come out on top in the top lane. I don't know what the hell happened with Bin's ultimate. I think he just ended up slapping himself into the wall. That might have been the difference. We'll have to watch the replay. Did he channel it from too far away? I think that Scion ult not making it to the play itself was a huge issue. Elk has a good 1v3 at the start of this. Manages to play quite well around the disengage, but look at how the Scion comes in late. It's a 4v5 for a large part of this fight, and the Scion ult comes in too far away. Watch, it'll come from the bottom side of your screen. Does it just run out? Did he go into the wall itself? Where is that Scion? I think it just runs out. If Scion had managed to get into the play a little sooner, maybe that changes things. Maybe they were counting on that Scion being there just a little earlier.
Rookie getting a triple kill, flashed out of the decimating smash, and then Scion gets run down over a long period of time.
Sam, I saw you pointing at different things, so that tower goes down. No, my post on Reddit got taken down by the mods. So yeah, I had a post. By the way, if anyone would like to, post the really good team fight on Reddit, because apparently I can't. That'd be really cool.
Well, why couldn't you do it?
I don't know, sir. I posted it, it got taken down.
Did you get a notification for it?
I didn't get any reasoning for it. Just said post removed. You don't actually see on mobile very well, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
You don't always get to tell. But yeah, that sucks. Right, IG. About 1,000 gold ahead. Again, I think BLG are not... They're not unhappy. Dragon for dragon, 6 grubs. That helps. Now I guess the question comes in about scaling. Poke Varus, really good in this game. There's only one true tank, and that's the Scion. The Scion's doing fine in terms of individual gold. Has 2 kills, even in gold with the Aurora. Might be the wrong kind of post or missing spot. No, I put the esports. Oh, flash forced away from Gala. No, I put the right tags on. I was aware of that one. Yeah, it might be because I post too much about myself. If that's the case. I didn't think I was. I normally keep that pretty active. But, questions to be had. Gala having a good game on the Ziggs. Gone for the Ludens and gone for the Leandries. Doesn't have a tier, so a little bit lower in the actual ammunition department. Bin. Gets a good chunk onto Rookie. Stops that, so the Sky's coming through. Good damage there. Scion, surprisingly high damage if you let him hit you with stuff.
Yeah, he is. And again, he's got 2 1-on-1. He's the only member of his team aside from the Nautilus to be a gold lead. And Rookie, after picking up 3 kills, is now a much scarier proposition. Gala with 2 items as well. Ludens, Leandries is decent burst and good burn. And I think in this game where you have got the Scion of the Nautilus to consider, it does make some sense to have a bit of burn to you.
Right. And I do see some comments in chat. I just wanted to let you know, I posted the right thing. It was just removed. Teleport down into that bot side. This is onto a regular ward. Rookie might not see this. Bin is very tanky. Knight jumps in. Bin tanks the aggro, and Rookie does not have summoners. Bin will survive under the tower and uses the tankiness of the Scion to make sure the dive comes through clean. Reminder, BLG have 6 scrubs. This will lead to a full turret take. This is the worry about cross-mapping and being attacked in side lanes, even by a Scion of all things. This is the scout style of macro. You teleport into your other solo laner's lane to make sure you have a brief 2v1, and then you teleport back to the other side of the map to defend things there. This was pioneered here in the LPL by Scout.
Shy doing his best first. Gone for a Rod of Ages build here himself to try and be a little bit more of a scaling bruiser option. Going towards that Leandry's second. Mega Inferno Bomb to deny Knight a wave in bot side, because again, the 6 scrubs would have allowed a lot of damage there at the tier 2. IG did still get first turret, though, it's worth noting, so they have the feats of strength regardless.
They do, it's not going to help them on the other side of the map.
No.
Now, you're using the Herald here. BLG say, well, that'll get you a tower. How about we take a tower, which is what they do. They end up taking this. The 6 scrubs makes it very quick. You don't have another Ziggs ult to clear this wave. Sadly, it's not Season 4 from Victor's game, and we could do that for forever. Of course, Rookie won OGN Season 4 summer. And the KT Arrows, what a legendary run that was. Herald will go in towards mid lane. That will get taken down by Ziggs with the satchel. That is an important prize. Are we going to see on Hex Flash over the wall? Gala, no flash. If he gets too close to that Nautilus, that could be fight over.
Chains of Corruption into the massive decimating virtual. Right, he's gone. Gala's out.
Bin, fantastic angle onto the Gala. Ziggs, yes, they take the turret, but Gala had no flash. BLG open up the map, and the 6 grubs start to get real value here now. You have to defend the map. Yes, you did lose that top lane and mid lane out of turrets, but BLG, if they get room to really push on all of your lanes, that can really start to make things a big problem.
I mean, let's have a look again, because again, the vision play is great. Bin manages to sneak on in here and fully charge a decimating smash onto Gala. Absolutely brutal into the Chains of Corruption, into the ult from Bin, and Ziggs immediately pops.
Gala, so strong but very fragile, is often the way of artillery champions. BLG finding really good ways onto the... Now, it is worth noting, folks, we're talking about this saying, well, you know, BLG blah, blah, blah. This is still even in Dragons, and it's still even in Gold. I don't want this to be too BLG favored. They did take themselves a lot of presence on the map. Gala able to kind of push in waves infinitely now, really, and that'll go beyond the mid lane turret. You don't get to take the mid lane turret on the other side. Dragon is up in 40 seconds. If IG win that, BLG find themselves in a difficult spot where it's hard to unroot the Ziggs, and they're behind in objectives. So what do they do there? Edge of Night for Elk, big power spike. Will definitely help him survive against some of the plays coming through from the Pantheon. Worth noting, the AoE of the Pantheon ult will blow the shield from the Varus. I want to blow that early if they can. And the Luden's pop does it. That's nasty, so Elk won't have that spell shield. Does dodge a little bit of poke. Dragon in 10 seconds now. Waves both lead to the mid lane because they both have artillery on both sides of the rift.
That they do, and IG is certainly not shy on wave clearing, I'll give them that. Between the Ziggs, the Jace and the Aurora, waves will disappear in short order. The other ones in the river first, clearing out a lot of BLG's vision. The Asta face check into the river, of course with the Nautilus, able to check some of those bushes with the Dread Giant, and On's heat seeking. There's some of those today.
Who's going to be brave enough to start this up? I will say BLG have the better terrain for this. Playing blue side Dragon versus engage and versus range, it is a problem. If you're sat against that wall, dodging against swirl seeds, dodging against hooks like this, you feel pretty bad. Didn't even need a wall that time. Maker has to blow his flash early. Good damage coming through from Rookie. Blows the spell shield onto Elk again. Dragon startup down at half HP. Bin doesn't have an ult angle right now. Walks over vision. The Shy gets some burst through. The Locky does stop some damage. Dragon still going lower.
Down 2k HP into the other side comes Bin with that unstoppable onslaught. Chains of Corruption well wide as the Shy goes across the veil very well. Grab stop on the backside as Rookie lands a massive shock flash. They're going to jump onto On and Elk, who flashes, trying to stay alive with the Magnet. Inferno Ball burns him out. Rookie finishes the kill. He gets a second. This Jace is certainly the defender of tomorrow, or at least another game. Mako now in danger. Blast cones away. Trying to find some space. As Knight now goes Valkyrie forwards. Gala flashing in turn. Vantage just satchel to the other side. The Shy across the veil again. And Big gets two. This Scion is a monster. Little bunny rabbit trying to make like Monty Python and be a killer indeed. Could go across the veil. Flash on forward the Shire. We're winning not quite enough even with that Comet proc. Turns to grasp, trying to play somewhere around. Bin is just on top of it. The decimating smash going to go wide. The Shy gets a step on the other side, start to burn through that passive again. Really good into the tanks if you can get through multiple rotations, but won't find more. BLG are the ones that come out with the man advantage.
Bin 5.5 thousand damage in the fight, and it's very hard to kill. BLG, though, eat way too much poke on the entrance to the fight. The Locket Shield does help against the Aurora Burst, but I think the Shy does a really good job right here. Sees that there's a choke point and says, right, if you walk through here, I'm going to get good damage onto you. Does a good job to stop Wei from getting in for a contest, and I think the Shy starts things off well. Forces BLG into a late contest. The Varus ult misses. The Shy's got enough movement speed, and Rookie sees the angle. BLG a little late to the play. Jeje, great angle to force Elk to retreat one way, but not far enough. They shut down the Varus, which has been a thorn in their side. They do struggle to deal with Knight, the remaining carry, and then of course this very, very tanky silo. No one is a tank killer once the Jace is really out of the picture. The Ziggs can do bits and pieces, but you can see how hard it is to shut him down.
It's pretty nuts. I mean, I don't even know where you go on that one. It's left us with a game that is once again, what are we at? 26 kills in 22.5 minutes, which is pretty mental. Oh man, well, Gala will clear up the wave from mid, and BLG with a nominal gold lead, only of a few hundred. The difficulty, as we've said, is, look, you've still got the 6 scrubs, you've still got this front line that's going to be absolutely unreal. Bin is 6-1 on 2 on Scion, which is absolutely unreal.
LG, how do they approach the next fight now? So, they have 2 dragons. Good side lanes, of course, when in 1v1s. Need to be careful of those 2v2s. BLG looking to upset one of these bits on the map. Mako doesn't have flash, remember. Good combo onto Elk. He doesn't have enough to survive here.
He's gone. That's surely it. But we saw that the last fight as well. He buys enough time for at least BLG to get involved. The lilting lullaby back means Knight could potentially do a lot of work. They go 1-for-1 back and are bin in the front line. Knock up onto JJ, trying to run on out. They will lose him too surely. 2 for 2 now. Rookie, Gala, and Mako all on the retreat as BLG do counterpunch once more.
Rookie was just hanging around on that brush. Still technically could walk up. Big one, I think, ends thoughts of contesting, and that swirl seed means that Gala and Mako need to be a little bit careful here now. Rookie potentially able to clear out that back end of this wave with Shock Blast. Can do so just here, but the 6 grubs might actually kill this before they can clear the wave. It does. In, outer turret gone. Bin is now just completely walking up and zoning IG away. IG are struggling so much to deal with the secondary carries. They can get one of them, but not Wei and Knight and Elk at the same time.
I remember when Bin couldn't play tanks, when he was mocked and not mocked, but like criticized by his fellow top laners, saying, yeah, you can't do this. This is a problem for how you play. And he went away and he became a Xantim. And he plays Sion now. And this is what we wanted to see from a guy like Bin, who is a lot more than he was when he was a debutant Camille and Fiora and Gangplank player. Being able to be this obnoxious, this terrifying on a Sion of all champions, always a good sign as a top laner to have that different edge to you.
I think this game gets very, very hard now that the Sion has reached unkillable status. 1,000 stacks in 25 minutes, feeling good about that. Wei, secondary carry. Alongside everything else, this might be a bit... Ooh, on goes into the side lane and goes melee range onto Rookie. Instant teleport back, double teleport back. I think BLG might have gone too far here. Night caught out, doesn't have a flash.
And he's such a key part of the damage. They finally bring down the Corki, and Atacon's right there. Mega Inferno bomb into the bush, gets a bit of a chunk, but not too much more. Can they do the Atacon afterwards? Bin is still very scary, and Wait is there with a flash.
I actually don't know if they can. They used a lot of their abilities here, and one Swirl Seed, one Flash Lilia Q could lose the fight for them. Jet looking maybe for an ult angle, maybe looking to see... this is a fun thing. IG just did something fun here. They actually just drew the Atacon up towards topside to kill bits of the wave. I think they were trying to kill their own minions a little bit more. That was kind of fun.
We saw someone else do that, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we saw that one time in Split 1. BLG lose Knights, that's it. Don't think they were ready for all of that to be thrown at them. I will say, though, that's double teleport from Gala and the Shy down for a single kill, which doesn't get out of Khan. As long as BLG can make a play, well, now, they don't have to worry about those TPs. Dragon is up. It would be third Dragon for IG, not the Soul, but it would be Soul points. BLG, of course, want to play around this. This is better terrain for them. They want to AD and AP or something, but Jesus, that's a fed Corki, man. With all of the extra stats as well, even the single hack stack being very, very valuable for this champion. Went for the Black Cleaver instead of going for an Infinity Edge to have a bit more brawn to say, look, I'm going to have HP, I'm going to run at you, got a QSS so I can cleanse out of, you know, something like the Pantheon or the Leona as well. Knight is very, very strong on this. If it wasn't bad enough that you have to deal with the Scion, you can't deal with the Corki and the other carries at the same time. It's so bad.
Yeah, it is. And unfortunately, the combo from IG just isn't enough. If you can land some poke, maybe. But the problem is they're not really getting the opportunity or the platform or the wards to actually land poke onto valuable people. If you can sit there and get Gala and Rookie hitting 2-3 skill shots onto valuable people, then you can start to have some other conversations. But that's just not been happening. And the all-ins have been not enough. Nearly at a death cap for Ziggs. Maybe that then changes how the ults are hitting. But for now, you've been there to someone's HP bar and the tanks keep tanking. And everyone else is bloody scary right now.
I don't know, even the Nautilus is a problem. Like, this Nautilus is the point where, you know, level 13, good level for this game because of the amount of stacks. 2 items, yeah, this guy's pretty happy, pulls the ult through, Rookie, able to skirt out of that one, but has to blow the flash, had teleported into the play, maybe looking to punish someone. Instead, is on the back end of that pin, just tags up a full shock blast with the shield. It doesn't even halfway hit the shield. So I think Rookie needs a Serpent's Fang, but I just don't know if he's got enough gold for it. It's a big problem. Baron being threatened. IG, how do they approach this? Because there is range on the other side. You can tank Baron for forever with Sion if you want to. You see in the picture in picture what happened there. On, caught out, getting a lot of damage onto. He said he's fairly tanky, but not tanky enough. Good pick from IG. The Baron being started. Pantheon goes into the middle of the Plague. Has to go through the double spell shields.
Don't get the double spell. He's dead already. Mega Infernable blows up Elk though. So maybe his job is done. 1 for 2 as it stands. You've lost your jungler. The Shy is just out of range of the Decimator Smash with the weirding. But Mako's just not tanky. Knight's untouched. Way's untouched. The Shy needs to go across the middle. The Gatling goes still hitting him. Tries to get the weirding down. Decent damage. But Knight just keeps going. Boss bomb just wide. Flashes on forward. Trying to do some more damage. As Gala is brought low and Knight don't care. Rookie's killing a control ward and trying to clear the wave.
Well, turns out when you've got a mid-diff like this, we call it a night and day difference. 13, 3, and 12. The mid laner of BLG cleans up and BLG head to the Nexus.
Unfortunately, Rookie's left to look like his namesake. He's not even had a bad game. It's just not been Knight. It's just not been Bin. We wondered whether the Shy, whether Rookie could finally match the monuments to glory that are BLG solo laners. So far, the mountain is too high to climb, and BLG 2-0. It's dramatic, it's messy, it's a knife fight, but it's still Billy Gaming who are your victors. 2-0.
That'll end out our games here for today. BLG fell in Victus Gaming.